so much.
Somebody better be there at the council meeting.
I'll be there with you.
I'm
I'll be there with you. Don't worry.
I'm not getting annihilated by myself. All right.
Especially last year, what was it? Captain Henry got annihilated at that, and I just had to step in. It was like,
a little contentious.
yeah, it was. Had to be the bad person last year. It's not fun.
Testing.
Can we get an answer on that 50% before we start? Because we are not familiar with that, and that's always been a standard every time we've done this. So kind of throws everything off, not knowing that something's changed without us knowing.
Sure. Let me just start the meeting. This is the 2025 City of Beaufort Accommodations Tax applicant presentations. I'm Jay Phillips, the ATAX Administrator. We have before us the TDAC members, and they have just elected Bimal Desai to be the chairperson for the committee. We have a schedule of presentations that will begin shortly. We'll try to stay on schedule as much as possible. The TDEC members have their packets with the presentations, evaluation score sheets. After each presentation, I'll collect those score sheets and enter them into the score summaries that will determine the total evaluation points. There's a question from the TDEC committee regarding the change in the application process this year. That changed from, eliminated the 50% match. It was discussed during work session and regular council session last year, the application process and how some of the applicants were not totally understanding of the 50% match requirement, which basically required them to, each organization to provide 50% provide a matching contribution or expense in their budget. And then the accommodations application grant request was only 50% of their total expenses. And those requests for reimbursement expenses must adhere to the expense tourism guidelines as far as acceptable expenses. So this year, because of the discussion, the city manager and finance director decided to simplify the application, eliminating or removing the 50% match requirement. It was announced during the workshops. We held 2 workshops after the applications were received. We had Charlie Barano from the MASC TDAC representative on one of the 2 workshops. And Alan Iseman, the finance director, will be replying back to explain the process and what led to elimination of that 50% match to the TDAC group. Bimal Desai sent an email, and Alan is in a meeting this morning, but intends to reply back just explaining in writing the process that led to removal of the 50% match.
Was there any other changes?
Weren't any major change? No, that was the major change from.
And
From
can you just
previous.
tell us when that was, when that meeting occurred? And you don't have to tell us now, but just so we have it for the record.
In the reply, there was a work session back in the end of 2023, work session and then regular session. It was discussed as the TDAC recommendations were being discussed by council. council didn't actually make the decision. It was administrative decision made by the finance director and city manager and myself.
And Jay, you're certain that that is within your purview? You're allowed to make that decision? Was there any, is there anything that we need to double check to make sure that in fact that was done in a?
As I say, the representative from MASC was on the, on the Teams meeting for the workshop and had no disagreement with that.
Okay, I'm not questioning the wisdom of it, just the legality of it, if you will, just to make sure.
All right, if there's no other questions, Rob? First presentation we have is from Rob Wells.
Good morning. Everybody hear me fairly well? Good, good. Thank you, each of you for serving on this TDAC committee, what you're doing here this morning, listening, going through the process and making recommendations for council. With my fellow stakeholders that will be up here asking these funds, it's not always gratifying work, but it's necessary to reinvest this good money back into increasing the visitor spend over the course of a fiscal year. Just a reference, I represent the Convention and Visitors Bureau. We go by a bunch of different names in the tourism jargon. We are considered the designated destination marketing and management organization for the city of Beaufort and for Northern Beaufort County. We also do business as Visit Beaufort, which is our marketing arm. I do want to talk about two grants that we are going to go through here at the very end, our grants, but they're built around the marketing strategy that is laid out here on the screen in front of you. Our goal is to increase awareness and interest in new potential visitors. That's first and foremost. We have to refill the funnel each and every year. And it's also to be visible when travelers are researching. And as many of you know, the amount of time and effort we put into not only data insights and traveling and identifying who our visitors are, but how long it takes them to get here is just as important. And we spend a lot of time working on that. And so our marketing strategy is not rigid. It's not set in stone. As a matter of fact, we can make adjustments as needed. A good example of that is the beginning of end of September, beginning of October. We had 2 named storms roll through our region, and they really affected areas that we target in our advertising campaigns. Currently, we have shut down all advertising into Western North Carolina, Asheville, as they are still getting their feet back underneath them. And up until last week, we had removed our advertising out of the state of Florida. That has since been reestablished, as Jacksonville, Florida is one of our target markets that does bring overnight visitors. And we hope that we will be able to regain the Asheville market as soon as they're ready to start traveling. But all indications is that's a 6-month to 8-month process for them. So we have shifted. Being flexible in our marketing strategy, it gave us the opportunity to be flexible, and we did move those to markets that we needed to attempt. And that's why we present our strategy as is, and we want to make sure we go through it. Let's talk about some key things, just how important tourism is. I just want to remind you guys, just when you're speaking to those, every applicant ultimately is responsible for lifting the visitor spend in their effort, period. Whether that's through overnight accommodations, day trippers, whatever the case may be, it is our responsibility as applicants to present a case for the best use of funds to generate increased visitor spend. The average visitor spend in a day is $134. Sometimes that's higher, sometimes that's lower. But I can tell you that if it's higher, it's going to be an overnight visitor, as they spend 2 to 3 times more than a day tripper. Let's talk about the entry point for our marketing campaign. Just last year, BeaufortSC.org saw a 24% increase in partner referrals. I want to explain partner referrals to you because that's a 420,000 partner referrals. A partner referral from our website is a link out to hotel, restaurant, attraction. We do not carry any commission-based bookings. So when we pass someone through, whether it be passed on to a restaurant for reservation or to a tour company for a tour booking or a hotel for booking, It's a direct pass-through. It is not in our best interest for our organization to retain any of that fund. That money goes straight to our partners. And so when we see an increase in that, we know that we're delivering them through the funnel. So they may start in Greenville, South Carolina, see the ad, work their way through, make a request on the website, and then search for rates. Now, the cool thing is that over the past year and a half, we've been able to kind of narrow down the timing of those things. So I sit here today with the most recent number, and we, for the new ones on the committee, you know, we've narrowed it down that we know the booking window from when someone sees an ad in Greenville, South Carolina, how long it takes them to show up in Beaufort. It's pretty cool. Also gives us some pretty good insight on how long it's going to take someone to show up. So on average right now for downtown Beaufort, it's anywhere from 14 to 44 days. And for uptown Boundary Street, that extends to 45 days. And for the Old Point or the Pigeon Point, some of the neighborhoods, that's going to be your short-term rentals. The booking window is a little bit smaller for our add to booking windows, which is interesting. But nonetheless, we track these each and every month, just to give us a good insight of how long and how effective the marketing campaigns are. Our social media channel growth, it continues to see increase in reach. Our YouTube page is starting to grow as we continue to add more and more content videos there. I think one of our most recent video posts claimed over 300,000 views with, I think it's a church, I think it's church steeples, which is a random thing, but man, it blew up and it was very cool and we see it a lot. We also have our influencer recap. Part of our marketing strategy we're asking for is to bring in influencers, travel writers. We just hosted 3 last week in conjunction with Forbes Media as they cover some cool things going on to the area. But we had 97 story pitches and 29 visits, and these are the things that lead to great coverage of our area. The highlights of this is the 177 stories that we placed last year with about a $4.5 million ad value. To put that in monetary terms, we would have had to spend $4.5 million on ad placement to equal the same value as the written word in these publications. And they cover everything from photos travel to men's journal, name the case, and we've seen it there. Southern Living with the 15 most adorable small towns is actually an additional piece that was added on to the Southern Best Small Town in the South award that we recently garnered. Just moving on, digital marketing, you're going to hear a lot of people talk about influencer reach or just impressions and engagements. But the key for us is to always work on, are we generating leads and what's the cost for that lead? And right now we're averaging around $3 for our cost per conversion. Not cost per lead, cost per conversion. And as I explained earlier, a conversion for us is somebody either signing up for a newsletter, requesting a visitor guide, or booking an overnight stay. So I said $3 per conversion. I want you to look at something real quick. Go back. We had 1.4 million goal conversions last year. When I stood before you guys 3 years ago, we weren't there. We were hovering around 450, half a million conversions. The campaigns are continuing to grow, and it's your investment from this committee into the CVB that allows us to do that. Not all of our funding comes from the dedicated 30% that comes from the state ATAX, but a large majority comes from supplemental revenues such as the grants that we're applying for today. Just an aside note of that, hold up a note, Jay, from 2015, and the grand total of distributed funds was $250,000. How much money are y'all distributing this year?
Well, 400.
Quick math says about 450.
It's a little more than that.
Okay.
$471,663.
So a little bit of an increase over the last 9 years. And a lot of that is contributed to the growth in our leisure travel base. It's also in our diversification of how we bring people to market. And then being able to capture the rate at a higher ADR, which means that we have demand in the market. Basically, the strategies that the CVB has implemented across all our stakeholders in every marketing campaign we run. And I think that's the testament to the success of the reinvestment of these funds through the grant process, through the CVB. I do want to make something else because we're going to talk about sales at some point. We did direct bookings, 3,380 rooms last year from our sales initiatives. Pretty decent return, considering the average night stay there, the average daily rate on those, or average spend was about 330 per attendee. Not bad for our sales emissions. All right, visitor profile. This is the part that I promised you at the beginning. I'll be very quick and brief. This has not changed that much, but the Greenville, Spartanburg, Asheville area continues to be the #1 market. Folks, I'm just mentioning this to you because a lot of the stakeholders that you hear today that are working with the DMO are going to repeat a lot of these same DMAs, and I want to make sure you see them right here. Columbia, Charlotte, Atlanta, Augusta. I will go ahead and tell you that Augusta and Columbia have a higher spend per visitor than Greenville, but Greenville also doubles the amount of visitors to our area than either of those markets. So it's very important to have a mixture of all these markets in place. If someone comes in here and says that they're advertising mainly in Atlanta, I would just ask what their demographic would be in the target for that. Atlanta's a good market, but it also eat everybody your cash up real quick. Real quick. Whereas Augusta, you can get just as much reach and have just as good a return because of the 2.5-hour drive window. Okay, visitor spend, I mentioned it earlier. Look at what happens. 92% of all overnight accommodations are made by visitors. Okay, there's your number. Question is what the 8% is for locals that are staying overnight, but that's another conversation for another day. But the average spend is $294. That's pretty good for just across the board. Restaurants, 31% of all spend at the restaurants are going to be from visitors. So if we have a lackluster visitor spend and they don't show up in droves, what happens to the restaurant market? 31% of your business, Ms. Mater, 31% of your business went away. What happens to the restaurant? The point is that the visitation that people are coming up here with and asking for today, it needs to be predicated on visitor spend. It's very important. Attractions, 65% of all spend in attractions are coming from visitors. Very important. And then lastly, retail, 18%. I do want to talk to you a little bit about this. Matt, I know from previous years, you have asked about the demographics changing. The age demographic is changing, 20,000. That 25 to 34 continues to grow. We're seeing increases there. Jet.
Yeah, just a quick question. If you can go back to the previous slide. I know you said that 31% is for the restaurants.
Yes,
If they don't show up, what happens to restaurants? They close.
yes, absolutely.
If visitors don't show up to Beaufort, what happens to hotels?
They definitely close. Oh, I get it. I mean, it's the. Yeah.
It's 92% rather, I
Right,
guess.
yeah.
There's domestic issues that go on 8% of the time, I guess.
Yeah.
People have to sleep.
Insurance,
somewhere.
yeah,
No.
you never know. I've had to stay in a hotel locally before too. Insurance does put you up from time to time when you have something go wrong.
Right.
But point is that the DMO or the CVB in this case, our responsibility, not only you, but for our stakeholders, is to monitor and make recommendations to our partners and stakeholders on how to best spend it from a marketing standpoint, but also how to track it. I know there's a festival behind me. I can feel them, right? And that particular festival behind me has a pretty good draw. But the dwell time of how many people stay there means they're spending a little bit more time and effort and money, and that's important. Did you know that 13,000 people can show up to a festival, but if they don't spend any money, they're just taxing the infrastructure? Now, we know they do. The point is that there's more to it than just a head count, right? You got to be able to spend the money. So we're wanting to make sure they're drawing from markets that are willing to spend money. It's why we spend so much time and effort not only knowing how long it's going to take them to show up, but where they're going to spend when they come. And it also matters about when that timing takes place. And I'll get back to this budget just a second.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I want to see.
So Buford has done a very good job of rounding off our shoulder seasons over the past several years. It used to be real herky-jerky, high in the spring, fall off in the summer, high in the fall, dead as a doornail in the winter. So what we've tried to do is work with our stakeholders for new event creation in the shoulder seasons and the off season to bring some lift, but also to make sure that we're spending to invite those people in those softer shoulder seasons. And we've seen a pretty good run. March is not as bad as it used to be. June is actually one of the better months. August stinks. Can't do nothing about the school start date. It has a lot to do with our ability to recruit, but our new summer plan is to kind of extend summer a little bit into Labor Day. I don't have to tell the hotels, but winter's already looking a little soft. That's because the booking window continues to shrink more and more. It's okay. We just need to be aware of it and make sure that we have enough investment in the marketing and advertising so that when the call to action's there and they're ready to move and ready to take place, that we can happily serve them an opportunity to come to Buford. And that, again, is what our advertising campaign, it's what our grant is request for, those dollars to be spent on a true advertising campaign. For the record, 142, I think what is our ask for this year is 100.
You're at 160.
160.
60.
Yeah.
We will spend $500,000 in direct placement and advertising in our marketing campaign this year. A fraction is what we're asking for today in our supplemental and in budget for just the advertising campaign. We need it. I would beg, but you know, I feel like I can stand up and do it without getting on my knees. But that's what we are. The DMO has already lost $150,000 in dedicated funding as the ordinance rewrite at the county. So we are dependent more on supplemental grant income going forward. Same thing applies for our sales mission. Our total sales budget is $114,000. The actual sales plan will be $117 fully executed. I believe we're asking for $40,000 this year. Last year we were awarded 35. So, and that is the ask from the CVB. I'll be happy to take any questions.
What would you say your biggest challenges over the years in the last year when it comes to marketing with the pivot with social media and?
Certainly. Currently, we are battling a lot of spending right now, given that it's an election cycle. There's just a bunch of money in the market that's causing rates to go up. But before the election cycle even started, inflation had already hit the advertising scene pretty heavy. And so, as I've shared with some others, our ad campaigns in places like Southern Living, we could have run a full page ad, 10 years ago for about $7,500 and thought we were spending a fortune. Now it's closer to 20, 25, depending on which, area you're in. And we do have a couple running in the next few months. That's our challenge. The other challenge is making sure that we are on where people are searching for travel. So everybody is aware that Google is the big dog in the room, right? Google search is still number one. Anybody have a clue what number 2 search is? Right now it's YouTube.
Really?
Okay. Number 3 is going to be one of your social media folks. It's either going to be Facebook or TikTok, which wild. Say that out loud, but here it is. And then last is AI. Anybody use search on AI? Okay. When you get a chance, I ask everybody to search where to visit in South Carolina. Let me know where Beaufort shows up in the map. You can text it to me. I hope we're on the page. We sure spend enough to be on that darn page, but not as much as the big 5 that are sitting out there spending double often triple what we spend on AI. So those are the 5 search engines. That's the other challenge, VMall, is that there's a multitude of areas to spend. And so we have to be flexible in our campaign. That's our promise to you guys, to the city, to this county, to the state, and to our stakeholders, that we will always be flexible and open to concepts as long as it makes sense within the data that we're tracking. Thanks for the question. Any other questions?
Yes, with respect to pivoting, as Vimal said, how do we, Rob, how do you recognize, and are sensitive to the catastrophes that have taken place, Western North Carolina, Florida, places like that, understanding that those are markets that are driven by tourism just like us? How do you identify potentially where those folks were coming from to those markets at X time? And in light of the fact that they cannot go there, how could they come here and we market to them with sensitivity as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So there was a quick little case study done on where people were going to be diverting their traffic to. So in the fall is color season up in the mountains. That's their number one draw. I mean, it literally is their number one pull is the color change. You saw a lot of places in the, Virginia, Blue Ridge area up into Pennsylvania start to pivot and show their colors more often. What we did was we worked with our advertising companies and said, okay, when you service those people and they're targeting their demographics, where do they target? And that's where we found Chattanooga, Nashville, Tennessee, Greensboro, Winston-Salem Triad area, North Carolina. And that's where we rotated our money that was normally spent in Nashville. We started targeting them to come to Beaufort since we were open. And that's how we do it without getting too much in the weeds of
Okay,
kind of some of the analytics behind it. The messaging's a little different.
yeah,
We're asking them to come to the coast in a time where they normally go to the mountains.
good.
But we still offer great weather. All right. The fall fishing, fishing in Beaufort right now is dynamite, and we're wrapping up our fishing campaign for that time, and we've seen tremendous numbers.
Well behind Spartanburg,
The what?
well behind Spartanburg,
Yeah.
in the top 25 places in South Carolina. Paulie's one.
Yeah, and when I say Greenville, Spartanburg, Asheville, they're lumped together in their MSA, but we can specifically target Greenville and Spartanburg still, and we do. We just leave Asheville out. Or actually all of Western North Carolina. Any other questions?
Yeah, I do have one
Oh, yeah.
quick question. Across the media palette that you're investing money in right now, where do you think the best ROI is coming from?
I am so sorry. I couldn't hear that last part.
Oh, where do you think the best ROI is coming from in terms of media investment right now?
That's a great question. So we've seen, all right, I'm gonna answer that 2 ways, if you don't mind. So the first one is, what's generating the number 1 book, right? Let's talk about hotel stay. That media is gonna be from our digital online presence, whether that's through the retargeting Google network or through one of our social retargeting efforts. But it's through the retargeting effort, not just the direct impression. So for those from the retargeting, you have to have taken an action in order to pick up the retarget. So you either had to click our ad or you had to visit the website sometime in the past 3 months, and then we will retarget those ads and serve you those ads. Think about it. You go to Amazon or do one of those and you kind of pivot, and then the daggone ad follows you around everywhere. That's a retargeting messaging campaign. We do the same thing for travel. That's probably the best return on investment from a conversion standpoint. But as far as getting brand awareness out there, it still is social media, but it's the impression-based social and digital. And that's because we're not heavily invested in billboards, right? We're not heavily invested in print. Although both serve a purpose, we're just not heavily invested in because of tracking purposes. And so I would much rather hand you a conversion that I could track as opposed to something I'm hoping worked.
Makes sense.
Does the DMO run television ads?
Do we run television ads? We do, but it through YouTube. Like our YouTube conversion metric is probably our best, and that's because of the search volume. So you got a lot of people. I didn't realize how much volume is on YouTube as far as from just people searching things to watch. People go to YouTube. YouTube Live is a separate component, but we do have advertising space there. But as far as like stream TV, we have pulled that at this time. The return's just not there for the spend.
What about over the air?
Come again?
What about over the air?
Traditional local media,
Yeah,
only when it's thrown into a digital campaign. We do it with our festivals, or we suggest it, that they, if someone comes to you today and they have a WTOC ad placement, we hope that they're getting the digital is what they're placing, and they're getting their TV for free. That's the package that we usually put together.
One more
Wait.
question. So when you mentioned earlier the 3.5 million dollar spend that you got for free, was it 3.5 or 4.5?
4.5.
Four. What, what are you spending to get that? Do you know that? It's probably hard. Is it between social media and the influencers and all that, or is this your relationships with these agencies?
Some of it's with the agencies, but a lot of it's to our PR. So if you take a look at our line item in our budget for public relations, you'll get the kind of the total count. It's somewhere around 40 grand a year from travel, from PR and working with our PR firm and site visits. Now, the traditionally majority of our site visits are paid for through comps. But sometimes we do pay for the rooms, pay for the meals, pay for the attraction because, for example, Southern Living cannot accept a comp room. And they
Send
can't,
them my way.
do what? Send me away. Yeah. I got you. So
Joking.
you got a good review today. What are you talking about, man?
Any more questions for Rob? Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We're just a couple minutes late on our schedule. Next will be Ashley from the Beaufort Area Hospitality Association. We'll just pause for 5 minutes for the TDAC
He's already done.
committee to complete their
He's already
score
done those.
sheets.
Do you have the questions for the thing? I don't remember what they are. One's regarding budget, one's regarding.
Okay, yeah.
But we're on the board, so our. Had nothing to do with us personally.
I'll send you that.
I thought you were on Baja board.
Yeah, I'm not, Robin is in Baja, I'm not. Did that after, okay, she did that after me.
I'm gonna put it right here. Just tell me when you need it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's this last questions?
What are the two questions for number 5? It's not on here.
Probably just give us the and, the,
You can email it.
or you just tell us. The project and.
Yeah, do you mind just emailing that to us?
This is gonna sound crazy, but can you fill this?
Did it fill out both? Oh, no, we can't. Listen.
Baja.
That wasn't mine.
I did it.
Hey, right here.
Oh,
Flip it upside down.
sorry.
When y'all are done, can you pass them down so I can give it to him?
I did this right.
You know the questions he gave
Yeah,
right here?
no, I got that, so I just put here.
Just do this here, and then you need to do the other one for the sales. And by the way, they're non-order, so you have to put them in.
I got them, I put them in order.
Okay.
So I'm a little.
That was the one that he wanted to
Talk about both at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
You have two of them, the
Yes,
sales.
all
and-
set. Yep.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Ashley from the Greater Beaufort Area Hospitality Association. Thank you, Ashley.
I will be recusing myself from this as I sit on the board.
Does anyone want a hard copy of the presentation?
Before you get started,
Here.
I will not be saying anything on this one either.
Do I need to wait for Matt?
Please.
Jay, is my presentation on here? That I sent you? I sent it to you yesterday. I can go get you all Starbucks. You're recused. It doesn't matter. Sorry, y'all are out though. The sound in here is so much better than in the county, isn't it? I feel like I should be singing right now.
Thank you.
I know no one's responded. I'll send it. I have a meeting with Nick tomorrow, so. Write that down. That would be easier. Next time I'll just bring my flash drive. I think we had issues with flash drives last year.
Does anyone else here have a presentation they need to put up? No, you don't have to do anything. You just need to talk about your application. No, sir, I'm not.
No, you're not. You're not there yet. I'll let you know when you are.
Jay, do you know how to go full screen on this, or do I just scroll down? Say it again? Okay, and then I can just press over. Alrighty. Well, my name is Ashley Hauk. I'm the president and CEO of the Beaufort Area Hospitality Association. First and foremost, thank you all for serving on this board. These dollars are extremely important to our area and the investment in getting that return on investment to our tax base and our hoteliers and our thriving economy. That's okay, I'll just click over. So I'm here to talk about the Beaufort Oyster Festival. I think everyone here is familiar with this project. This is now our 5th year in holding the festival, 4th year in Waterfront Park. The Beaufort Oyster Festival was created in direct relation to our local hoteliers. They needed to see economic activity come to the region in January. We have our shoulder months. December's, the market starts to slow down. You've seen those numbers from Rob Wells. January just completely dips down. So our hoteliers said, we need to do something in celebrating our local heritage. What can we do to create something that works for our region? And I believe that was the oyster. Oystering, it typically doesn't have to, well, we don't want to see it happen in hot months. You can't eat an oyster when it's 85 degrees out. And if you do, you're taking a major chance. So it works with the cold weather. We don't have to really combat with that unless we get, 8 inches of snow. And that's probably not going to happen here in the low country. So I'm just moving along. But yes, it was created through our board. I cannot believe I'm standing here saying that it is our 5th year. Our first one was in 2020, directly after the COVID, within the COVID pandemic. And we held it over in Port Royal at what was the beer garden. And then we were able to move it over to what we envisioned it in Waterfront Park. And we have significantly grown the festival. Not only have we grown it from restaurant week, tides to tables, our local restaurants, they see the creation of that event and what that's doing to their numbers year over year. And then we've grown it into various elements along the way. We work with our partners to do boat tours and specific events so that we can all come together as an industry to create activity in the month of January. That's roughly 11 days long of activity. We start the Thursday, Thursday 2 weeks prior to the festival dates, and that runs restaurant week clear up until that 9th day. And then we have a VIP sponsorship event. We have to thank our sponsors that invest in the festival. And then on Saturday and Sunday, we have our festival. Our festival is the only festival that runs Saturday and Sunday currently in Northern Beaufort County. We did this specifically because we want that overnight stay. We don't want people to come in on Friday, stay one day, and leave Saturday. We want them come Friday, stay Saturday, and come out either stay Sunday and go out Monday. So it's all about events and activities and the creation of those. I work very closely with our CVB. They're phenomenal partners, and I truly believe they're the lifeblood to our industry and bringing tourists to our area. What they do with the minimal funding that they receive is astonishing. And we have to continue supporting them. And I would much rather work with them because they are the data keepers. They are the ones that are truly investing in our industry. And we have to support them with the economic activity that they bring to our area. I always say that if you have a plumbing problem, you're not going to call an insurance company or, someone that's not relative to that, you're going to call a plumber. And that's exactly how I feel whenever it comes to our DMO. They are the experts in the industry. So just the various types of activities we've had, like I said, we've grown that. We've had a restaurant week, and then we have added on various activities to build the festival itself out. And that's been a 5K run, cornhole tournament, boating tours. We're thinking about doing a shucking competition this year. And then the whole sustainable factor within the festival, we have educational vendors. We don't bring in any type of crafting vendor fairs, and a lot of people, I get an influx of emails regarding that. I don't feel that that supports our local economy, and I know a lot of the other festivals do that, and I fully support them. But how is bringing a craft vendor from Charleston down going to support our local economy when that's what we are presenting that this festival do? So go to Bay Street, go to our merchants, go buy all the various items that are there, and then stop in and have a cocktail at one of the various restaurants or dine in there. We fully support local within this festival. If it is able to be purchased local, we are purchasing it. Our beer, our goods, our vendors, it is 100% a local festival. Collaboration is huge. This kind of ties into that local element. We have over probably close to 200 vendors, sponsors, friends of the festival that we work with. There's so many overlying areas that, tie into the festival and working together to make it the success it is. Sea Eagle Market, they are great partners of ours. They supply oysters, Majoni oysters. They are great partners. We work with the city of Beaufort. Again, we work with the CVB, and then our private partners within our association. We work directly with the hoteliers. We want to know what the return on investment is here and making sure that this festival does exactly what it was meant to do. And these are just some of those graphs. These are provided by the CVB, and this was hotel occupancy back in, I believe, 2022, and you see that dip. Rob Wells, if you look at some of his graphs and data points moving forward, he's seeing a more flat line. So it is working to create that activity. One other activity element that we brought to the market was New Year's Eve fireworks. We think that we can create this level of activity that starts in December with the Magical Beaufort Christmas advertising and marketing campaign, and then draw that through with fireworks and then into Oyster Festival. And then, of course, when February comes, we see Film Festival. So if we can create all of that activity and keep it almost as a catalyst to our market, we believe that it will keep those numbers within our hotels up. And last year, we had a new element that I believe, again, is a catalyst to our area, and that's the Waterman's Wave Low Country Boot Trail. If you've seen the oversized boots in the area, that's an art installation that took us a couple years to get up and running. It's a major project. We have 11 oversized Waterman's boots that not only tie into the festival and the theme of maritime and oystering, and it honors our local watermen, but it also brings art into our space. I love what a lot of the various organizations within our area are doing to enable that and bring art into our area. It's important to a destination, and it greets our visitors. These boots are displayed at various places within the region, and specifically some of our businesses. So we're seeing a great return on investment with this, and we want to grow this and to possibly expand the program. But this was something we rolled out last year, and we've seen great reach for it. I believe one of the boots are at Spring Hill Suites, so. Our marketing advertising plan is strictly, we strictly align that and plan that out through the CVB. Again, they're the professionals here. I'm not going to try to do something that I'm not truly professional at. I align with them, and then we streamline that plan through them so that we can, of course, look at the data and make sure that it's working and that we're getting the return on investment that we want to see. And then we look at those results. If it's not working, or if we're tying into a market that we're not seeing a return on, we're going to pivot. And I love that about Rob Wells and his team, that they're very strategic in where they're utilizing our dollars through their programming. Again, I thank you all. I know we have so many people from various areas on this board, but I think it works for everyone, and it's something that we need to see in January. I work one-on-one. Of course, I'm an association president for hospitality, and I love the people that I work for and I represent, and I love this industry. And I truly believe that the Beaufort Oyster Festival is a key heritage event that should stay in Beaufort and bring activity to our area. Thank you.
Trying to think of something smart to ask, like Dick. I need to, it's not that bright. First off, Ashley, thank you for doing this. We've seen this effect for those of us that have hotels and otherwise, certainly the impact. So well timed and certainly well-deserved credit for you.
Thank you.
I was,
Oh, go ahead.
I was looking at the budget earlier and I'm having, my phone's having a glitch now, but I think that it was a 198,000. Was that the gross that you had at the top?
I
line?
believe that number is correct.
Somewhere in there.
Yeah.
And then what did concern me is that at the end, the quote unquote final profit put you at a negative 689.50.
It shouldn't be negative. I think should be a positive. That's a,
Okay, it was just in red. Sorry.
Yeah.
689.50. Either way, a $1,400 thin margin on 198,000. Do you have concerns that's historical data that's telling you that this is where you're headed? And
that's pretty historical based upon the grants we've received. And, we can, again, this year, we could go out and get another $10,000, but that's based upon last year's. Hopefully that folks show up that want to sponsor the event. We do get insurance for the event in the sense that maybe we do have a washout or something like that. But I typically understand that I'm not going to come here and have a $20,000 profit and be asking for $20,000. So I want to make sure that my budget's in line with what you all are seeing. This isn't a moneymaker for us. This goes back to our businesses.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, thank you.
And may I ask a question since we're kind of on that topic? I know Jay had gone through my application, and within my application, I had put some various things. Marketing was one of those as my request to be covered, but it was also emergency, fire, and I believe rentals. Are those not, do you all have specific guidelines? I thought that those were expenses that could be covered. Or are they restricted to? And I mean, you all can get back to me on that.
Yeah, I'll need to get back to you on that. We've always looked at things for years. We talked about things like print ad pamphlets,
Yeah.
distribution, not being rack cards, not being allowed. And we've taken a different stance on that so I'd have to say, before I answer anything like that,
Yeah.
I'd take a look at it.
It's just, and I don't want to be too long on this, but sometimes within the festivals, and I hope I'm speaking on behalf of some of the other festivals, whenever we put those restrictions, and a lot of us that are applying for funds through the county as well, because again, $200,000 festival, and I feel I'm pretty good with not overspending for the festival. But then whenever I go to do my drawdowns and turn in my reports, I can't supply all of those expenses. So then I've got the city that's like, well, can't take that. I got the county, we can't take that. So it would help if we had a list of things that were able to be turned in. And I know administrative costs is not one of those, but rentals is usually one of those. Emergency management, police, fire, of course, advertising, marketing. So.
Well, bugs.
Oh, we've got bugs
Sorry,
in
we got
here.
a bug situation going on. Could you repeat that question so that we can take it down essentially verbatim?
Yes,
and
can
get
we?
back to you?
Yeah, can we please have a list of the exact expenses that we can turn in per a festival? Because I know the festival is somewhat of the umbrella, but within the festival, what expenses can we turn in that are under either state statute or under your discretion? I appreciate that. I don't want to put myself in a corner.
I would refer you to the website atax.sc.gov.
Okay. Well, the thing is, though, that's not under a festival. So it doesn't really have, because to me, this funding is going towards a festival, but within the festival, you know what I mean? So the festival itself is the funding, but we can have a conversation. I don't want to take away from this. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I don't want to give you extemporaneous answers that don't have,
Got it.
I think we'll get the answer to your question.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
thank you for the question.
I just have one quick comment and a question.
Yeah,
I thought the boot campaign is really good.
thank you.
And it's all over where you would expect it to be. I think it's very impactful from an image standpoint. What success have you had, if any, an experience in dealing with the allied businesses that you're trying to increase in terms of co-op funding? Are you getting restaurant money, et cetera?
Absolutely. We don't typically go after the hospitality industry for our sponsorships. We usually try to go after your bigger corporations that are, again, a part of the economy, though. We're all intertwined and we all have our gears that need to be turning. But as far as Restaurant Week, I believe we had over 20 restaurants involved in that last year. I'd like to say that we are a phenomenal group of people that rely on one another, and I see great cooperation between all of the partners, and all of our vendors are local. I know Jen and her restaurants, they are part of our association and they fully support us in every way. I work with them in many various ways, so. Thank you all so much.
You all give us a moment. We're going to score on our little presentation sheets and we'll be right back.
For your patience.
I did. Fine. Thank you. All right, thank you for your patience. Next, we have the Freedmen's Art District. Linda Spielen.
I'm here representing the Freeman Arts District's main art event of the year, one that we intend to hold annually for many years to come. And that's called Chalk It Up. Chalk It Up's an immersive weekend festival featuring uber talented professional artists who create giant chalk artwork directly on the pavement during the festival. Live performances by area musicians, artisan demonstrations, creative activities for young children, chalk art competition for area middle and high school art students, and food trucks are also part of this free multi-day festival. We held our first Chalk It Up Festival this past March in the parking lot across from the sheriff's building. And it was eye-opening for many attendees. I don't know, did any of you guys get to go see it, come see it? Artists that started their artwork early Saturday morning. And they worked on their hands and knees throughout Saturday and well into Sunday. People came back time and time again to see how the art progresses. And then people were able to vote for their favorite art, and on late Sunday afternoon, awards were announced. Not only did local artists participate, but we also had artists come from Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and Tennessee. All of the more than 30 artists who participated expressed a desire to participate again. And that being said, since announcing next year's festival just a couple weeks ago to the chalk art community, we already have a dozen applicants. Our goal for this coming year is 60 artists plus 6 school art teams. It will be held on March 28th to 30th. So it's a 3-day festival, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It will be held in the parking lot adjacent to the Tabby Place on Port Republic, offering a strong connection to the shops, restaurants, and cultural attractions. New this year, is we're going to kick off with an opening reception on Friday evening. And this is a chance to introduce the visiting artist to the cultural charm of Beaufort. It's also more than just for the artists. We want many others to learn about the historic significance of the area and current creative opportunities. Also new this year, we'll have live demonstrations on Saturday by artisans skilled in basket weaving, wood turning, iron forging, glassworks, pottery, and more. This festival is all about watching, learning about, and experience the creative process as it happens. Chalk art festivals are extremely popular throughout the country, drawing on a talent pool of professional chalk artists from around the world and attracting thousands of visitors. We've identified one particular chalk festival located in Marietta, Georgia, that we are going to use as a model. The Marietta Festival is called Chalktoberfest, and it began in 2013. In 2023, it attracted over 80,000 people. It raised $250,000 for the Marietta Cobb Museum of Art, and it generated an economic impact of $5.2 million for Marietta and Cobb County. I attended it 3 weeks ago and it was packed. The streets were crammed with pedestrians, all the restaurants were packed, the hotels were booked. Their executive director and I have had several conversations, and she's very supportive of guiding us in what works and what to do. This is our model. This is where we're going. We're asking for $20,000 from the city. And this much of the emphasis of the ATAX application is how we intend to promote the festival to attract visitors. So over the course of the 3-day event, artists will be performing 17 hours on their hands and knees. So this is actually something in which people, as I said, they come back over and over to see. Talking with Rob Wells to determine our dates. It's why we came up with March date. We know it's a shoulder month, and it's the closest we can come to a time frame in which, because the artists are on their hands and knees working outside, they can do this. And also, he also said that he was surprised, they were pleasantly surprised by right out the gate. We already had a higher dwell time than most of the festivals here. We have a 106 minutes dwell time, which is 24 minutes longer than some of the other popular festivals here. So I really am I'm very excited about how we are progressing. We have a very, very dynamic program. It's changing all the time, advancing. And just the other week, we started in discussions with the South Carolina Beaufort Company, and I can speak that we will be tying in our theme to a South Carolina Ballet Company performance on Jonathan Green that will be happening that Saturday night in the middle of our festival. We'll be tying in our theme with the world of Jonathan Green for the artists to be inspired by. So we really are looking for this to be a very big attraction. Can I answer any questions?
I'm just going to comment and say that I absolutely love this. I have a daughter who's a little artist, and so we're really looking forward to this. So thank you.
Good, I heard you at the county, so I already have all my answers.
I think it's a great event. I visited last year and I was very impressed. I was just curious to know what your plans are in terms of aggressively promoting it in advance to get attendance numbers up.
Aggressively, well, this year we're going to be able, now that we know that we have 3 days that we're going to be promoting it, we've also are tying in with the promotion of the Friday evening reception to be able to come speak. Melinda Littlefield will be speaking on some of the cultural significance of the Freeman area. And we also have this partnership that we're starting with, marketing partnership with the Post and Courier. That was something that just happened basically 2 weeks before our first festival. They kind of knocked on the door and said, hey, we heard about this. We kind of want to play. And now that we're into it and we're getting a second crack at doing this with the Post and Courier, that's going to open up, I think, a lot of opportunities for us to be able to market through Augusta to Charleston, Greenville, and totally utilize them to help us advance.
Okay. Just have one quick question as well. Going through here. You're asking for 20,000 from this committee, or is that right? Yeah. So you're asking for 20,000 from this committee, but your revenue and expense budget has a $32,000 surplus.
No, that was actually a revised, Jim had contacted me and said, hey, there were some numbers that weren't quite right. And we sent a replacement budget or a replacement application. And so it's 27,000.
Okay, so you still have a $27,000 surplus.
And that's only if we can bring in $30,000 worth of us pounding the pavement and getting additional sponsors. We need to be able to pay for the artists.
Okay.
How did you all come up with the 5,000 as a tourist? Where was that? Is there some basis from that from last year? Is there basis on anticipation of?
We
excess?
had 3,000 in March this year of tourism. And that was people not having any understanding about what chalk art is. We are now, we have a little bit more underneath our behind us of experience as to how we market it to even the people that don't know what chalk art is, and they think about it as just being children's chalk art. And based off of what other municipalities and their draw is, as I said, the festival up in Marietta started off like ours in 2013. And within a couple years, it just started exploding. And it said it was 80,000 last year. And this year, probably over 100,000 were probably there. So it's a very, very popular festival. We just need to get the word out that we have it.
You said that 3,000 people were identified as tourists last year, having had no knowledge of what a chalk festival was. How then did you tie those to be, how did you track?
Oh, I'm
where's the
sorry,
data that says, that supports that they in fact were here for the chalk festival?
We worked with the CBB, Rob Elves, and they provided all of that data for us. Okay. We've been working very, very closely with Rob and his team.
Okay. One other thing. I want to look at. What was the date again with the Jonathan Green? That was,
The Jonathan Green will be the Saturday in between the two, between our 2 days.
okay.
So it's it's a perfect opportunity to have this come down, spend the weekend, you come Friday night, get this whole kickoff, see the art start on Saturday, and see the art finished on Sunday, and in between get to attend a fabulous ballet.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
What the bottom two?
Excuse me, but as part of our presentation score sheet, we have, under the fiscal stability and administrative ability, we have a section that says, explain how the project or event expenses will be covered essentially until these funds might come in to you. Could you talk to us about finances a little bit within the organization and how you all would go about executing on this in light of the fact that you got these dates, you've got an agenda, and if there's anybody sitting behind you that might help you in any ways, that sort of thing, that might want to speak. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
That DoorDash? Oh, you tried it. Did you deliver it? No. Huh? You're just gonna order it?
Thank you.
No, this is coffee. That'll make, yeah, go ahead, label. This portion is now brought to you by the City Loft Hotel.
The next segment by City Java News.
I asked him if he delivered, he goes, no, we don't deliver. I'm like, okay.
Everyone done with the score sheet?
Yes.
Okay.
Drop it off.
Then you all can go ahead.
Won't sweat. Yeah.
So it's a really cool idea. Say we're just gonna take a contractor, you know. Contractor's construction, trailer and outfit it with the virtual reality material. So we'll bring it to the festivals, Baja, Shrimp, the Oyster. It'll be basically a food truck on the, an educational food truck that we're just gonna throw out there. And Miss Rachel is the interpretive ranger for Hunting Island. And she handles everything at the Nature Center right now, and basically all of the educational tours for all the people that come through the island. So she will be in charge of managing this program and getting it out into the community in Beaufort. And also it has the potential to go all over the state of South Carolina. So we can draw tourism, and that's what the slides will show you. The benefit of tourism coming into Beaufort from places like Greenville, SCDNR has a big event that they do outside of Columbia. So it will be a potential draw, or at least advertising to the community, the state on the benefits of Hunting Island and Beaufort. So it's a good little outreach program. I can walk you through it without even the slides, and I have the PowerPoint, or I have the PowerPoint here in a hard copy. But basically, SCPRT spent $70,000 on this virtual reality equipment that they own. And that was during 2017 when we did the visitor center, the overhaul of the visitor center. You guys helped us on that with the ATAX grants. And so we have a mock lighthouse. Okay, we'll walk through it. I can
project your application.
Okay.
we have that.
You have that, yeah.
I know, I'm just saying.
Jay, if you can email it to the committee, then perhaps they can look at it. Yeah. Do you have access to it on your computer? Maybe that'll work. And I could just, it's only 5 slides. It's not that long. And this way you get a visual. If that will work. Okay, that's great.
Well, while we're waiting on that, talk, if you would.
Budget.
We're okay. Well, I just wanted to ask the question, not foolish waiting, I'll
Sure.
segue or divert. How's the Lighthouse Lens project? How's that,
Yeah.
how's that going?
I know. Right now, the lens, all the material sits with Kathy Pender at Pender Brothers and Mr. Pender. So we had a great meeting with him about 2 weeks ago. And looking at the material, I mean, they are amazing what they're trying to do. Some areas need a lot of refurbishment, things like that. So the lens itself is at Pender, and the design is over. We've paid for that. Now it's the build out for the lens. So that's what's currently going on. Zabo and he apologizes that he's not here. He was supposed to be here for the other meeting, but he's in Columbia today. So we've had conversation about where are we going to put the housing unit, and the housing unit has been finalized. It's going to be at the Lighthouse Complex, where the playground is, if you recall, and when you walk out toward the beach, that section of land right there next to the playground is where it's going to be. We found a lighthouse actually in California that has a similar situation where they have a Fresnel lens, and what they've outfitted, how they just didn't put it in a box. They actually had a designer come in and fabricate a mock of the lighthouse lens up top. So it's an all glass structure. So the Fresnel will go into a 360 glass structure. It's going to be really cool and ADA accessible. It won't be something that humans can walk inside to. We decided not to do that. So it's more of just a exhibit. So we're in good shape. We're going to get started on the build out of that. We just got the CAD designs done, and that has to be approved at Columbia. They bring in our archaeologists down to make sure that area is clear and okay to build on, and storm, resistant and all that. And that build out will begin in January. So the lighthouse right now, and you might have a lot more information than I do on it, $4 million is going into the renovation. The scaffolding's up, it's happening, we've got it going on, yay. But it'll finish out probably end of '25. So in the meantime, we can build out this lens, get that set up. Basically, that's what this mobile unit is all about, is for the visitors that can't climb the lighthouse and complain a lot about that. We can have the truck or the, whatever, the
Mhm.
unit there on site at the complex for people to come in and do the virtual reality climb and take it on the road. So that's kind of a compensation for the fact that the lighthouse is still going to be down for another year.
Okay.
Can you get the,
Did you,
That's why we're waiting for that. Do you
Got
have the
it.
VR headset set up at the,
oh, sorry,
do you have the VR headsets already set up at the visitor center?
yep,
We have 8 headsets, so 4 of those are mobile that we already take out to events that we participate in, and 4 of those stay at the visitor center at all times and can be accessed during business hours. So it is the exact same if you want to come out to the visitor center or one of the festivals we're at, you can experience what we'll be offering in this mobile experience.
So it's just gonna be in lieu of the visitor center.
yeah, in lieu of, exactly. But ADA compliant too, so you can get people, we'll have a ramp on the back so that people can get up in their wheelchair into the unit itself, which will be fabricated. You can explain that.
Yeah.
You do? Okay, you're looking through it?
Yep.
So basically, that first slide is all about what a mobile virtual experience is and how, that's just a kind of a mock-up of what we're expecting the unit to look like. And that will be wrapped with a lot of Hunting Island logo and imaging and stuff like that. On the next page, that's where it gets interesting. You can see Baja, Area Hospitality Association will get a lot of advantage of this use, the oyster festivals, the shrimp festival. We look forward to taking it out to the school district as an educational tour, as an educational part of their curriculum locally here. Farmers Market is a great, location for something like that. Rachel participates in that every year. And that would be, that's prime space for like a food truck or an educational truck to be there, and et cetera. So, and also Zabo's talking about like getting it out to senior citizen centers too, for the elder folks that just can't get out to the beach. So it has that unbelievable like touch and feel opportunity to get it out into areas that people just can't get to or access. Basically, we call it a virtual food truck for the soul. I mean, it is, that's really what it is. It's going to be a food truck. The benefits to tourism is, again, this educational, accessible, mobile experience for people who have never been, people who may have ADA or health challenges, education for children, community outreach, local festivals. And you can talk about the state organizations, because that will be the road trip, getting it out into the state.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of different DNR, as I mentioned before.
Yeah, SCPRT is a connected network. We have 47, soon to be 53 state parks throughout the state, covering vast regions. And it would be so beneficial to us to be able to take this experience on the road to the other parks who we already do events through. So recently we had our own Halloween event at Hunting Island, but throughout the parks, multiple other parks offer Halloween events, and we send rangers out there to participate in those as well. So with this experience, we would be able to take it to parks like Aiken, Table Rock, Barnwell, etc., and set it up so that people could experience a little bit of Hunting Island, and that would hopefully encourage them to come out and visit Beaufort County.
Yep. So that's the tourism concept, getting it out there. We do have an AV in there, or that next slide is connected to YouTube, and it's the actual VR. So if you have time, at some point, you can look at that and have the experience. And opportunity and reach, everything that Rachel just said. We serve over about 1.1 million visitors a year come to Beaufort County and visit the lighthouse and the state park. This experience, we've had about over 1 million people come through the visitor center who have experienced the VR opportunity. So it's a real big draw for just locals in our area. So we know that it'll be a big hit out on the road. And our budget at the on the last slide, you can see we are asking for 15,000 for this unit, or to fabricate the unit with a faux high match of 15,000. And you can see the budget layout there on how we plan to use the money. And it's a one-time expenditure. There's no, what's that? Did-
He pulled up the VR and.
Oh, you got it. There
got
you
it
go.
on his phone.
Yay. Isn't it cool?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to, like, I was trying to see if it was a real-time feed of what's going on out there, but it's
No.
not. So it's actually a video that you guys have pre-recorded.
The
It's pre-recorded, yeah.
interpreter before me, her voice, if you're listening to the sound, she is offering interpretation on the lighthouse, on the history of the lighthouse, on the views that you would see if you could go to the top. At the end of the video, you can see the sunset and the sunrise, just by looking in different directions. So that's super cool.
Yeah, the view, 360 completely.
Sorry, fact, it was a little weird there.
I have
Yeah.
a couple questions.
Sure.
We know that Honey Island is a huge, and I do think this is an amazing project. Obviously, just to kind of go back to what our
Request.
to do is to figure out how this project is going to bring heads and beds. Well, I understand that this is going to local festivals and it'll be great marketing when people are already in town.
Yep.
How is this going to generate traction for people to actually come stay at a hotel to then essentially?
Great question. I think really that will serve when we get it out into the state, onto some of these state festivals and things like that, getting it out into the areas like Greenville, Aiken, things like that. Get them to know that this park has a lighthouse, which is the only lighthouse you can climb, and get them to Hunting Island, get them to Beaufort, and that'll give you heads and beds.
I also
Probably a
think,
two-nighter maybe. for a
Linda, if
weekend.
I might
Go.
add, a major demographic we're hoping to bring in here is people who cannot otherwise access the lighthouse. And if you've been to a number of our state parks, you might realize that some of the features we have at our state parks are currently very difficult for people who have challenges with mobility or hearing loss or things like that. So by offering these opportunities, by creating more accessible experiences, we are hoping to bring in people who thought that they might not ever be able to climb the lighthouse. And so they don't come out here. They don't see what we can offer, but now we're giving them the chance, and we're hoping that'll bring more people to parks and Beaufort County.
So again, to Vimal's point, our mission essentially is to, heads in beds and trying to get events. And so when I hear in lieu of the experience, it does concern me a little bit. But I think also as we walk through this, it's a teaser, more of a teaser of maybe what's to come. I mean, physically come there to see this, which is now being repaired to the tune of some $4 million and is the only accessible, able to be walked up and lighthouse. And so in thinking about this, I would just want to feel that that's really, if we were to help fund this, that's the overarching theme. It's not in lieu of, but here's what's there when you're out on these other state parks, 46 state parks, and soon to be 53, I guess. Just letting them know this is more of a teaser, like there's nothing, here's something that's virtual, but there's nothing like the real experience because that translates into heads and beds for us.
Yeah, exactly. I think that would be the kicker when you get it out of this community and bring it on the road. And then you have people who are had never maybe heard of Hunting Island, didn't know there was a lighthouse there, something like that, don't even know what Beaufort is. And there's all that information that, I mean, there's that ability to turn them into tourists. But also to serve our community as well.
Right. Again, I would hope that the narrative for,
Mhm.
in terms of justification and us quote unquote, feeling good, beyond feeling good, actually doing what we are,
I
what we're
understand.
tasked with,
Right.
is we really need to hear a narrative that says that this is going to entice folks from elsewhere. It is honorable to talk about being able to have folks that could not otherwise climb the lighthouse regardless of when it opens, and those that are already there and having this virtual experience. But that aside, again, we are tasked with the mission of
Right.
generating heads and beds. So we would really need the narrative to be, this is focused on showing people what is there and how much more dynamic it is if you were to come there.
Well, I could easily put on my marketing hat and take care of that for you.
Okay, just wanted to say that.
One other question, how is the expenses for going to these events, or like, how's that gonna be handled? Like, so say you get the funding for the actual trailer, well, who's gonna cover the cost for the gas and the employee driving around the state and,
That's SCPRT.
okay,
Yeah, we have gas cards and this is part of my job description. This
okay.
is my whole thing.
They're looking for a truck right now to hitch this up to too, which is also on them. So, yeah.
Um, I think that I saw also, so the other sources where the 15K match or where is that coming?
From FOHI, Friends of Hunting Island.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
that'll come out of our budget.
okay. I'm just trying to think. I know that Hunting Island is the most, I believe I know this to be correct. It's the most visited state park, correct?
Yeah, #1 in South Carolina.
And if you know the answer to this, great. If you don't, totally understandable. It's not your job, finance, but the amount of money that comes in there to you all, it seems to me historically, I've heard it's siphoned often from you all because there's so much here that it's put into these other parks. Have you gone to them, that is the state, and said, hey, we want some money for this very,
We have, we've requested it in our budget, for the past, I believe Zabo mentioned like 5 years. I'm not certain on that number. But every year in our budget, we have, included VR and VR related expenses.
and have they
Yes.
funded it?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, 70, right
So
now we
far,
have $70,000 worth of
between-
equipment.
yeah.
That the state has funded.
Just,
It's not just Hunting Island that uses VR. We're hoping in an effort to make many of our parks more accessible. Some of the other parks are also utilizing VR, but Hunting Island, I would say they're putting the most effort into just because we have that lighthouse experience.
I just have one quick question. You know how we have that requirement that any funding received has to direct back to Visit SC or Visit Beaufort.sc, visitbeaufort.com? Or has to link back to the DMO site or market the DMO?
Yeah,
I'm looking at the trailer picture.
yeah. What
That-
about,
So our park manager was just throwing some stuff together. That is not what it will look like.
that's,
I understand that, but are you guys gonna implement something on there has the local DMO's website on the trailer as well?
Absolutely.
Or
yeah.
how do you plan on doing that? Because if this is gonna be a traveling trailer throughout the state,
Well, I'd want to work with Rob on that and get, his logo and put that up there. This is just conceptual right
Okay.
here where we put this together. So obviously the input from CVB would be
yeah,
there.
because the last thing we need is
And all the links.
SCPRT to say, hey, look, this is our trailer. We're just gonna advertise SCPRT.
Yeah, no, believe me, I sat in that meeting and I said, no, we're not doing that. So trust me, this is a lot more from Ms. Ashley over there, and you guys.
Yeah, I mean, you see this going down the interstate, you want to see Visit SC or Visit Beaufort
Yeah.
back of it and have
Yeah,
them go out.
No, it won't be strictly SCPRT. We'll get a lot of
Okay.
attention on it.
Yeah,
It's a logo, right? It'll be like, oh, Hunting Island, you know, it'll be, thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
It is, it's a moving billboard and
like a food truck, as a, yeah. But yeah, Ash and I would work together on that and make sure we get all that stuff straightened out. And co-op marketing too, will be great.
I think is, you know, beyond the VR, beyond the accessibility, which I think is great. I think fundamentally, it's a marketing vehicle.
Mhm.
And I think that that's terrific. And I think to answer a lot of the concerns that have been raised through questions here, I think proving out the impact from a marketing standpoint. Because I mean, essentially what this is going to do is raise awareness of Hunting Island as a destination among people who are already interested in going to a park,
For sure.
which is great. 'cause
And
that
they're gonna have to
predisposed.
stay in a hotel room.
Right, so, I think, you know, mapping out where it's gonna be, how long it's gonna be, who's gonna be there, how many attendees, et cetera, is gonna be valuable proof points to say this is a great investment.
Exactly, and Rachel will collect all that data. I mean, this is all very conceptual too, right? We haven't even, this is just in our heads, but
I already collect data like that for the events that I attend without the food truck.
she's got the program set up. And again, looking at, yeah, the touch points. Where does she want to take it? Where do they want to go? Where is it going to be most fulfilling? Where are the people? Where are the attractions? You know, and again, promoting, there will be, it's Beaufort, you know. A lot of people out in South Carolina don't even know about the lighthouse and that it's here in Beaufort. So there would be, hopefully, you know, strong demand. Jen, do you have anything?
No, I was just thinking to myself, like, wow, you know, I'm older and I just know about the VR headsets because I can go ride a roller coaster now and not actually have to have a hurt back for a couple of days after.
There you go.
That's where I'm like, it's a very cool idea and I really like it.
Thanks.
I'm just taking all of this in today.
Well, it has a lot of impact for so many different, a wide range of of people, right? Locally for ADA, they can't get to the lighthouse or they can't climb it. They can't even get out of bed maybe. So, you know, whatever. So it'd be a local thing too, which would serve that purpose. And then of course, getting it out in state, that would be.
I think it's a very neat, you know, this whole technology, VR.
Yeah.
I mean, they have it to where you can go walk around a town in Greece right now, you know, and
Right.
it's mind blowing to me and it's very inventive and
It's great for kids. They love it, you know?
and it's great for me.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly,
good.
like I said, I could go ride a roller coaster. Like, who
You get
would've thought?
dizzy.
But it's.
Have you seen, did you click the video?
Not yet.
When
no,
you do,
no.
you'll enjoy it.
So I really, and I love Hunting Island.
Yeah.
So it's my favorite beach
Yeah.
that I've ever been to. So.
Don't tell a lot of people. I'm teasing.
Any other questions?
just a quick question. If you don't get funding, what happens to this trailer?
We'll cough it up. I think we have to. I think it's just that good. Yep. Membership starts November 1st, so that's our Friday
We hasn't,
for Friends of Hunting Island. Yeah, so that hopefully will be a big day and that can, you know, be our subsidy, but we would love to have you guys, you know, obviously be part of this.
So much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Appreciate it, everybody. It's good to see you guys. Oh, what am I doing?
Once TDEC completes their score summary, we have the Gullah Traveling Theater next.
And now I'll use the same one for the next one too, so we'll just keep it. And this is Anita's, right, GTTI. I'll just use it as a PDF. I'm good. How are you? It's good to see you all.
All right. Ready when you are.
You ready? Ready? Seemed like some other stuff was going on, so I was just waiting for everyone to get ready. Hi, I'm Denise Bullitt, and I'm here representing the Gullah Traveling Theater. And we are looking for funding for our Christmas Wish Freedom event that happens this December 5th through 8th. Well, it's the first weekend and the weekend following Thanksgiving annually. And it has grown into a 4-day event. And we are hoping that you all will support our efforts to make this an exciting event. Most of you are very familiar with GTTI. We've been on the forefront of preserving and promoting the unique history and culture of the Gullah people through innovative theater arts. Our mission is to empower communities by sharing the stories of Gullah that highlight resistance, hope, and the significant contributions that the Gullah people have made to our nation. Um, the Gullah Traveling Theater has been bringing this type of excellence in cultural storytelling for more than 30 years. We produce 20 to 30 productions annually. Tourists make this a destination just to see the performances that we offer. We've also expanded in 2024 into doing local productions in Bluffton and Hilton Head, but we continue to use Beaufort as our base of all things Gullah and GTTI, and we believe that we are a significant contributor to our #1 tourism economy, and we're looking to broaden our impact, making the Low Country the Broadway of the South. For this year, we are looking to expand our audience. We're updating our productions for new and returning guests. We have expanded our marketing efforts. We are including television, radio, digital, and social media. And we've expanded the amount of activities that visitors will be able to participate in beginning Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this weekend. I would strongly encourage you to visit our website, which has had a second reboot and much more extensive than the first. And you will already see the extensive marketing that we are doing and the ways that we are weaving together this as a 4-day event, including a 4-day itinerary, partnerships with everyone. In fact, we just secured a new one for Sunday. The Beaufort County Black Chamber of Commerce is now holding an event on that Sunday, the 8th, that will also be included in our 4-day marketing efforts to help people understand that we have a slate of activities for each of the 4 days. The majority of what we are offering is also free. They will pay for the theater production to come see the actual show, but beyond that, everything else is free. And so we have been working with Rob Wells over the last year to look at fine-tuning the types of things we're offering, what time of day, location, all those types of things to continue to grow this audience base. Everything we do is reinvested in Beaufort. This is the heart of what the Gullah who the Gullah Traveling Theater is and what we do and what we bring to the table. Our ask is for $40,000 for digital, radio, TV, advertising, and then support for venue costs and entertainment and production costs. Thank you. Any questions?
I do have a couple questions.
Sure.
So tell me this, how are you going to oh my God, I just lost my whole train of thought. How are you gonna cover the cost prior to receiving these funds if you were to receive the funds?
Well, we're blessed at this moment in time. We have a number of other sources of revenue. And so, while it's, inconvenient and definitely causes us challenge, we have been growing the organization to be able to support ourselves financially and be able to, put out the advertising costs as we go along. We also work very closely with Jay and his team when we have large expenses that are coming up. Jay Phillips, who manages your money, yes? Like, who's Jay?
I know who he is, I just was confused.
Yes, that's what I was talking about, Mr. Phillips. And we work closely with the finance office, and so sometimes we have to send in, we may not wait until the end of the project, but we can send our, once it's approved, we can send our invoices in if we need to get reimbursed more quickly so that we can keep the fund cash flow going in order to do the next thing,
Can you tell me, you mentioned 4-day event many times. What is happening over those 4 days? So I'm assuming that the theater is a couple days.
Mhm.
What days are the shows playing?
And you know what? I should have put that on the slideshow. So thanks for asking. And I don't know if you have internet capacity, but if you go to the website, you will see the weekend itinerary begins with a Thursday symposium. This year it is in partnership with the Gullah Geechee Chamber of Commerce, working with the Gullah Traveling Theater. It'll be on energy and conservation, environmental conservation. And there is walking tours that we are working with the Park Service to conduct for people who want to do historical tours of historic Beaufort. And Thursday during the day, is Thursday the school shows? The symposium's on Thursday during the day. Friday, so Thursday is the symposium, walking tours. And Thursday night is the first show. Friday, walking tours continue. Student shows, we also host on Friday morning, and Friday evening, we have the evening show. On Saturday, we have the Taste of Gullah and the Sea Island Christmas celebration, which is at Waterfront Park, and the Rice Cook-Off. And then on Sunday, we encourage people, and again, you can see this all on our website. We encourage people to experience worship in the local churches, and there are actually churches on the website and links to them so that people can make their plans on what church they're going to visit. In the afternoon, to the Black Chamber of Commerce Christmas event, and then the Christmas parade. Also on the boat parade on Saturday is also a part of our marketing. We work closely with the DMO. I'm not sure if they have it up yet because I haven't had a chance to check this week, but we provided them all of the information that should be on Visit Beaufort. We have our stuff going to Visit Beaufort in one click and vice versa. And everything is put together in that way.
So the show that you're doing, you said you're doing it on Thursday night and Friday night, correct? How many times is the showing? How many times do you do the show? Is it one per night?
It's one per night, and then on Friday in the morning, we also do it 3 times for students, for education, schools book it.
So we would obviously be more concerned with the night events because the students are local here, so that's not something that we would.
Well, actually, yeah, reasonably local. We definitely have, I have fielded some emails recently from people who are coming a little bit further away. Yes,
Okay.
and bringing busloads of kids.
So the Thursday night and Friday night shows, how many people fit in US?
500.
500 fit in there? Okay, so if there's 500 chairs at USCB.
With our rice cook-off, it's now this is our 4th year. Partnering with and, at 3 years, we've been, offering cash prizes, but now we're getting, chefs coming from as far as DC.
Charleston, yeah,
Charleston,
yeah,
Georgia,
Georgia, Atlanta.
coming in. This year, we're going to, live stream it because what happened recently, they've been doing their food at home and then bringing their entrance in. This year, we're partnering with the Black Chamber on that Saturday. At 8 o'clock in the morning, and they can cook at the Black Chamber, that cooking station. Live streaming the whole time, again, doing B-roll in between things of Buford and what people come to see in Buford. Really trying to move it outside, to the global community, not just to the local. That's what the rice people, that's become almost taking a life unto itself.
So regarding your anticipated attendance, you put on there, you have 2,000 show tickets plus 1,000 for the Taste of Gullah. Is the Taste of Gullah the rice cook-off?
That's free, that's free.
Free.
To the public.
That's open
Oh,
to,
gotcha.
right.
So the tickets that you're mentioning, $2,000 show tickets, I guess I don't, is that, so you're saying, where's the 2,000 coming from?
2,000
Night shows and the children's.
and all the shows, probably. Was it on the application? How many people would attend?
Yeah, it says here, what is the anticipated total attendance for your event? And you said, you have a show on Thursday night and Friday night, which would be 1,000 people.
Mhm.
And then the other 1,000 would be the students, I guess?
Well, and we also are running a Christmas marketplace on Friday and Saturday as well. And the waterfront event brings hundreds, if not thousands of people down for the event. We use a considerable part of the waterfront park, and the public, last year, the weekend weather was horrible. It wasn't as bad as it was for the Gullah Festival in 2023, but it was not good. It was rainy, cloudy, yucky all weekend, and we still brought 2,000 people down to the waterfront.
Okay,
So
so
those
yours-
numbers are meant to be conservative, but to let you know that that's a minimum. If the weather is fantastic, we expect it to increase and being forecasted to be fantastic. So that's where the numbers come from.
Any other questions?
Rob predicts that it'll be 5,000 to 6,000 people will participate in the weekend.
Hopefully I'm doing my math right. So you're basically selling 1,000 tickets is all you're selling.
Is all we're selling in terms of theater tickets. There also are vendors who sign up to be vendors at the event. There are rice cook-off participants that also sign up for the event. So we're expecting a lofty group, and it has been.
And that's the ticket event, but we have a symposium next week.
Yeah, all those things are free.
No, I think he's.
I'm trying to do the, I'm
sorry,
trying
to
to
understand your budget.
I have a question on the budget side of
Okay.
it because
Are you looking at the complete budget that I sent?
We're not selling tickets for other things.
no, so I'm just looking at the admission receipts
Mhm.
is pretty much, excuse me, 1,000 tickets that you're selling. Correct?
Mhm.
Okay.
So under admission receipts, that is solely for the show, the 2 nights. of
Well, the show and vendor sales and rice cook-off sales.
Oh, I thought that was free, the rice.
The, to enter the rate, to enter the cook-off is a $50 or $75 fee.
Oh, okay, and that's for the people that are actually.
Or
doing the
cooking.
cook- Gotcha.
Vendors themselves.
The chefs. To enter the cook-off, you pay a fee. to have a table at either of the marketplaces, you pay a fee. If you want to be in our playbill, you pay a fee. If you want us to recommend your hotel on our website as a part of a package and let them know, come stay with us when you come in for this event, you give us a fee, an advertising fee, a donation fee. That's where the $51,000 comes from. Our anticipated income that we will receive from doing those types of things. But the majority of the activities are open to the public.
And what's the ticket price for the show?
It goes from $15 up to $125. You get a VIP ticket, it's $125, and there's a VIP. Again, check out the website. It has all of this information for you, and it's beautiful. I want you to see how well we've integrated everything and how easy it is for people to manipulate the website and put a package together that they want for themselves. But student prices are actually $10 a ticket. Young people under the age of 17 pay $15. Adults, primary, and it depends on when you buy, because we have early prices and later prices, but an adult general admission ticket is generally $50, roughly $50, depending on when you buy it, give or take $5. Could be
I think that's a big part of you just helped us with a little hurdle, I think, and that was the 1,000 capacity of people being able to come in to watch the show, and our math just, I defaulted to $25 essentially, and therefore it's 25,000. And so we're saying, hey, there's a big
No.
gap there, but I think that
No,
you've helped us with that.
good.
Any other questions?
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much. Oh, you're doing the next one too,
I'll be right back, but I need a minute, so take your time up there. Would you stick it right? Thank you. Um, This is ATAX.
All right, next we have the original Gullah Festival.
We do. I am representing the original Gullah Festival of South Carolina for their 2025 event, which will be celebrated as their 40th anniversary. How did I make this thing go? Okay, that's wrong. Okay, there we go. This will be a 40-year celebration of this community-centered event. Again, focused on Gullah history, heritage, and the art. In 2024, this past May, was one of our highest attended events. We had 13,000 participants according to the DMO, which is up from 5,000 guests over the prior year. And it is one of the signature events of this community. Our funding request is for $53,000, again, for digital and social media, magazines, shuttle services, TV ads, and something new that I'll talk about shortly, a digital chaperone. Our goal for this year is to expand our marketing reach and support the festival's growth. We are expanding our community partnerships. One in particular that we expect to be a highlight of this festival will be the commemoration of the 250th anniversary for the centennial of the American Revolution, which will help us have 3 new exhibits or activities for this year. We want to improve the participant experience by introducing the digital chaperone, upgrade our Sunday experience to draw more people to that day. That's been our challenge according to the DMO as we've been looking at data over as a result of the last couple of festivals. Our attendance on Sunday has really dropped off, and we want to do some things to improve that. We are updating and expanding our marketing reach, going beyond kind of not just the Augusta, Atlanta, Charleston areas, but to also include direct flight marketing for people who are within 4 hours of getting here, either by car or by plane. So let's talk about the digital concierge or chaperone, as I call it. We are designing something that will fit in folks' hands. One of the number one requests for improvement is for folks of those 13,000 people, how do I know where I want to go next and what I want to do next and what I want to come back tomorrow to do without having to go through the labor of some kind of extensive search. We get a lot of information verbally. We have some large signs hanging up. We're going to be putting that information in the palm of people's hands. And so that folks will be able to see a map. They will know where they are on the map. They'll be able to know how to navigate to Tabernacle Baptist Church to see the Gullah Festival Museum. They'll be able to know that up here is the kids' playground, and on the way to the playground, I can stop at this vendor or that vendor or the other experience. So we're very, very excited about that. We also believe that it will eventually open up significant advertising opportunities as well. We are not going to be overly ambitious to try and do too much too fast, but we certainly would list Visit Beaufort with this funding as a primary sponsor of this digital application. So we're very excited about that. It also gives us a better idea of a better way to get data and feedback directly from participants, because they will engage with the festival through this digital application. We've updated our marketing strategy. We're now working on, instead of just doing what we have been doing, which is really the last 30 to 40 days prior to the event, massive television campaigns and radio kind of in the 50 to 80-mile radius. We're actually going to be starting in January, as I said, doing the direct flight audiences and really trying to make sure that people who would be planning for a multi-day event that are more than 50 miles away have access to the information, the website being up and live and selling tickets. We're also working on trying to build our entertainment schedule earlier so it can be advertised earlier so people can make plans to attend. And we're using a marketing company to help us refine our marketing targets and reach those audiences specifically. One of the new attractions that we are investing in for 2025 is to create a fourth day to the festival, a pre-day. So on Thursday, generally the festival has run Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of Memorial Weekend. I know that's not your ideal time to have us there, but we started this 40 years ago. There's no turning back at this point. Memorial Day is when it happens, and people particularly in the Gullah diaspora, this is a lifelong quest often to get to the Gullah Festival and to be here and experience it. We are also now focusing on our education, the education part of our mission, because we celebrate the Gullah culture, but we also want to educate people about the contributions of the Gullah. We also want the Gullah history and culture written into the stories of our history lessons that are taught to the generations that come. And so we have created an Ilimu Educators Excursion. It's a one-day event. It's on Thursday, inviting educators and journalists to come and learn in an in-depth way about the Gullah history and culture. It's an immersive experience where they will have both a tour tied to American Revolutionary sites. They'll participate in workshops with artisans who will uplift the crafts of that day. And we will have a lecturer who will be there for the luncheon, who will help teachers unpack how to build Gullah history and culture into their curriculum. It's particularly the K through 12 teaching environment. And as we grow this and build our marketing plan, this is an event that will be marketed to school districts all across the country so that people will begin to make plans to attend it and learn, specifically send someone representing their school district, perhaps in Seattle, Washington, or St. Louis, Missouri, or what have you. So it really helps us look at a particular audience of people that we know that we can build a database around and really begin to try and draw them in. The idea would be that if you send your teacher in for the Thursday event, they also have the rest of the weekend to immerse themselves and enjoy themselves in the culture and learn more and have things that will actually go back with them. So we're very excited about that. And so is the 250th Commission. So we're looking at that now. We're in that process now. In fact, our vote is tomorrow. So we'll find out. The second attraction, which is also a part of the American Revolutionary celebration, is there will be a village inside of the Gullah Theater that is particularly targeted to and named as the Gullah American Revolutionary Village. There will be period artisans there who will be giving demonstrations and talks throughout the Gullah Festival weekend. You can come and see how indigo ink is made and used and how to make a little maybe kerchief or something for yourself that you can take back with. We'll have a rice farmer from the community who will teach us about the role of rice in the building of this country and how it impacted the American Revolution. blacksmith and woodworking, also talking about what those crafts meant to those communities back during the period of 1770 to 1783. And the inspiration for this village really came from the local area committee for South Carolina, the Buford Jasper Committee wanted to have the Gullah American Revolutionary Play, which has been commissioned with the Gullah Traveling Theater. They've asked us to premiere that.
Wait, we can ask questions.
Oh, sure. You don't want, okay, okay. We're good. We're good. I was just looking at the slide so I could see.
You're good, and I appreciate, can you just go to that new one and the third new?
Okay, so the third is that we're working hard to increase impact for Sunday. So one of the things that will happen on Sunday is the play will premiere, excerpts of the play that the commission has, is underwriting will happen on Sunday. But in addition to that, we're trying to attract a significant entertainment performance for Sunday as well, so that the Sunday experience can be targeted and marketed as a part of the Gullah Festival to really work on increasing that last day.
Just to be clear, the festival starts on Thursday with this educator. And in the park, it's Friday night? Or is
It's
it just Saturday?
It's Friday, it's all day Friday,
All day Saturday,
all day Saturday, and all day Sunday.
in the park downtown.
And some related spots around, right? It's not just the park, it also goes throughout historic Beaufort.
And I just want to answer. One of the reasons why this festival is on that weekend is because Decoration Day, the original Decoration Day, was the biggest draw for especially Blacks who had moved away from there that came back home during that weekend. And now what has happened is that we've created that whole festival around people coming. It's almost like a homecoming, where people are coming back home. Being an former educator in the evening move, what we're hoping is that we'll plant the seed this year, and those teachers will go back to their communities around the U.S. and bring those students back.
People.
And so now we're creating a new revenue stream when it's not one of the busiest weekends.
Exactly.
Those other 51 weekends that we have in the year, we want to encourage people to come because we want to celebrate Gullah 365 days, not just.
Right.
Jay, I have a quick question. The original application had 50,000, then it's crossed out, and it's a 53.
53.
Half the deadline for registration.
When he did it.
It said the correction was by phone on the 21st, but that was after the deadline had already been for any registration. It was a clerical error, it wasn't.
Right. In other words, in the content, I wrote 53. When I typed it, I accidentally hit the wrong key, didn't catch it. And then Jay caught it and we talked. He was like, everything says 53, but this says 50. Where was the mistake? The mistake was it was a typo on that first page.
What venues are you gonna be renting? What venues are you gonna be renting?
Oh, USBC, the Center for Performing Arts.
Okay, okay. And then the shuttle,
What are you doing at?
Oh, wait, is this one?
what are you doing at USCB
I'm sorry.
for the Gullah Festival?
Forgetting which one forgetting which one I'm talking about. We're at the waterfront. Sorry, I was forgetting which one I was talking about. Yes. This one does not have money in it for venues.
Your expense statement does.
It does, it says $7,500.
That's supposed to be digital chaperone. Is that on there? I'm telling you, I'm getting too old.
It's it just says on here, other expenses, you detailed out the 58,000. And it's 7,500 for venue rentals. So we're looking at your expense budget.
Not the funding request summary. Not the funding request summary.
I'm guessing that I missed changing that language. My apologies. The detail, yes, other promotional items is the digital chaperone. Is that what you're talking about?
This is another promotional,
Expenses
It's
detailed below.
yeah.
Hold on, let me find which one you're talking about. Oh, yes, that's what they're paying out, right, for the city of, that city of Beaufort.
Oh, for the park rental.
Rental, 7,500.
Gotcha.
At least. We kind of don't always know, but
In the, admission receipts, where is that $75,000 coming from?
things like the white party that they have, there are some things that they do sell that are specialized. The Caribbean White Party happens on Friday night. There are some workshops that happen that people pay fees to participate in. So there are some targeted things that people pay for to participate. Also, the vendors pay to sell their, to have a vendor table, to have have your food truck there. So that's where the revenue comes from.
So got one more. The shuttle service, that's taken for just downtown.
People around Beaufort.
Okay. And then in regards to your digital chaperone, there's another organization that has something similar that they're presenting to us later on today. Have you worked with them to
I
see?
don't know who them is. Who is them?
You just mentioned them a while ago. The Beaufort Black Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, good.
They have a,
We do work with them,
They have a
but I
project-
don't know what they're presenting
yeah,
today.
they have a project that's exactly the same thing that you got right here.
Some people like
A little
my good
tweak.
ideas. They've been my client up until recently, so I'm kind of.
So we're just trying to find out if you, since we had two people looking for the same funding for the same idea.
No, well, it may be the same idea because it's a good idea. I'm not sure what, I can't speak to what the chamber is, has proposed to you. I honestly cannot. I can tell you that this is an idea that has been in the making for the Gullah Festival since the last Gullah Festival. We have been talking about it. And the digital chaperone that we're talking about is particular to this event. So
That's-
it's not something to use for just the general Chamber of Commerce. So I'm not sure what they're proposing, so I can't
Yep.
compare or contrast it, but I can tell you what we're doing.
So I think what they're proposing is it's basically an app-based service, just like yours, that takes them to all the heritage sites that we have to offer in Beaufort.
Jamie, yeah, he likes my ideas.
That's why I was saying, if you can just coordinate with them, then maybe we can kill two birds with one stone.
I-
Whereas-
I don't think so. I think that what Jamie is talking about, or what the chamber is talking about, and I'm guessing here because I haven't read their proposal and I haven't talked to them specifically about their ask. So I'm not, what I'm saying is anecdotal based on, right, I would have to, right.
Yeah,
But,
discuss-
but what I
yeah.
can tell you is, what we are talking about is about a participant experience.
Okay.
That is different than trying to showcase what you're gonna do when you arrive there or what you can see. We're really talking about how people who are in the park can figure out that, you know what, I don't want to leave the park now because there's something that's going to start in 20 minutes that I'd like to stay and attend because I can see it and I can participate in it right now. I think that is likely something different than what the chamber is proposing. I think what they're proposing is likely has a much larger scope and does not speak to the type of participant experience we would need paid for this particular event.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here that could speak to, this has been 40 years in the making, last year, just a general estimate of what the total income, gross receipts, what was brought in, nothing to do with the expenses, just gross revenues. Anybody know basically what that might be? And if you don't know it, you don't need to look it up. Just wondering, is it,
I'd have to look it up. I do have, I think, a financial statement here, so I can pull it up and see what, is
give it,
on
give
that
it, give it
number.
30 seconds and see if you can pull it up. If you can't, we'll get it later.
Generally speaking, I can tell you, but this does include grant funds, that the Gullah Festival raises about $200,000 a year for the festival,
Okay,
and it spends $200,000 for the festival.
okay.
If there is a $10,000 swing, that's a gift, especially if it's to the plus side, which gives us a little bit of running money to get started. If we end up with 225, that gives us a little money to get started. But literally for this organization, every dollar they raise goes into the festival. There might be a little bit of extra cash flow, but literally it does not
Wash.
exist.
Okay, perfect.
It's 200,000 is
Give or
the
take.
nut, is the nut every year, okay?
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm gonna get my stuff off of here and leave you guys to the Penn Center.
I haven't created it yet, so.
All right, the next presentation will be the Penn Center.
Go stretch his legs. Doing fine, how are you? Okay. Oh, yeah, I'll be down. No, give me your card, you got a card? I don't have a card, but I'll give you my number, I got the easiest number, B321 MAP. B321 MAP. D-H-E. D-H-E 321 M-A-T-T. That. Maybe. I think I got Laura's number, I don't think you.
Desk. I'm Robert Adams. I'm the executive director of the Penn Center. This is my colleague, Kevin Holman, and we're here to talk about the Heritage Festival, the annual festival that showcases Gullah Geechee history and culture, that was started back by Dr. Emery Campbell, and that brings in a number of thousands of visitors every year to come and experience authentic culture, food, and history related to the Gullah Geechee people. And that is making Beaufort the center of Gullah Geechee history and culture, the place to come to for, if you want to come and see what Gullah Geechee history and culture is about, you got to come to Beaufort. Last week, UNESCO in Paris named the Penn Center as one of the 22 sites of memory for the enslavement and the slave trade. Only 22 places in the entire world were chosen, only 4 in the United States, and Penn Center is one of the 4 in the United States. So we continue, thank you, we continue to lift up and be a beacon of attraction for visitors. The county recently did research that figured out that we had 37,000 visitors last year. Those visitors dwell on the campus at least 2 hours and are coming from a number of entertainment, hotel, and other activities prior and go to those activities after. So we continue to be a pull to the area that supports hotels, restaurants, and other kinds of things. We also attract a number of events that happen on the campus that support local businesses. And we are asking for $10,000 this year to support the Heritage Festival, which attracts between 12 and 18,000 visitors a year. Normally we do a 3-day Heritage Festival, and this year we're doing a 4-day Heritage Festival. We've added an additional event on Wednesday, starting on November the 6th. In addition, we have heard past requests in terms of ATAX money to eliminate admission. So this year will be entirely free.
No admission costs.
No, I know that.
Oh, so,
Previous.
yeah, so last year, one of the hiccups or one of the main things was on the rec card, it said $5 admission, but on another thing, it said $5 parking fee. And so when we presented, it was the issue between admission versus parking fee, and that it needed to be cohesive. And so therefore.
You meant that we.
No.
Make it free.
No. So therefore, we took off because we wanted to make it back like it used to be and being able to bring more people in. And one of the main things is a family of 10 or 10 is a lot. Say a family of 5. I mean, I got 3 children myself. So, I mean, each person would have had to pay $5 at last year's. And that was a biggest hurdle for a lot of people that were traveling to get here that spent thousands of dollars to get here and then have to spend another at the gate. So what we did was eliminate that and say, hey, if you want to park on campus, you know, take one car, take one bus, pay $5 to park on campus as just a parking fee, and everyone is welcome to come into the festival.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to make sure I understood what you were saying.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, so, and this year we have, as you'll see from the rack cards, we have a variety of events. We have musical events that bring in world famous artists. So we have We Are Fridays that will present on Thursday from 4 to 6. It's Jeffrey Ziegler. He's a jazz cellist. He's used to be with the band Kronos, and he's been on 40 different albums. He's currently trying to do an album based on Gullah Geechee, his own Gullah Geechee history. And so he's trying to come here and participate in Heritage as part of the process of thinking about how to reflect that back in his music. On Friday, we'll be having Matt White, who is head of jazz studies at USC. He'll be staging a concert on protest songs. Those are the Gullah spirituals that got turned into 1960s civil rights anthems. Of course, we'll have the parade on Saturday, and we'll have the normal center stage show that'll happen on Saturday, all day Saturday. We'll have the Gullah Children's Village on Thursday, and we'll involve teachers. We'll have a symposium with the Beaufort County School District on Friday from 10 o'clock to 3 o'clock. And so I think there's a range of events that will bring people out and that will allow us to explore Gullah Geechee history and culture from a variety of perspectives, as well as allow people to have a really good time.
I have one question.
Yeah.
One of my questions, part of your of the $10,000, 2,000 of it is for heritage programs. From here, $3,600 will be listed as local hotels, restaurants, and real estate deals. How do we understand that, where the 3,600 is and what the 2,000 is? How do you select the hotel, restaurants? And
So
I'm assuming you need real estate agents.
yeah, that was what was meant by that. And basically it's taking, you know, either partnering with them or doing things of that nature, or trying to get them into, honestly, I'm trying to figure that one out. Let's see. Oh, because it would list the hotel. We're trying to list in the Heritage Day programs, the hotels and stuff of that nature.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I understand
yeah.
that. What is the selection process for the hotels, restaurants, real estate agents? Part of that, or are you listing everyone locally?
No, I think the goal was to try to list everyone locally. We don't, it would not have been, we wouldn't have tried to charge them, because the only people that we get money from would be the vendors, I believe. Yeah, the vendors.
But in the past, is it online somewhere?
No, this would be something different. This would be new. This is something that we were trying to get started.
And then where's the $3,600 program? What is that? What is that? Is that the cost to do it? And then you need the 1,000 to 2,000 for it?
Yes, sir.
No, sorry. Yeah. So you're saying the programs themselves?
I'm not saying that. Sorry.
Right, yes.
State that $3,600 programs and you list. also you have ATAX request of 2,000 and then it's 10.
Yeah.
Oh, so I think,
So what was the reason for the influx for that one and the one before? Because the one above it is for rat cards, which is $3,500, but you're requesting 4,000. 2,000 is matching the 2,000.
I think, we're talking about the booklets there, the souvenir booklets. Uh, yeah,
Is that what the Heritage Day programs are? Is it still in your booklet?
yes.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm sorry, because we've been in a lot of meetings lately around programs and, but no, that's the actual booklet. That's why it says it'll list those businesses.
Is your mic on? I just got a comment that we can't. On your application on the budget, you have to be determined for Beaufort County ATAX. Did you receive a number for that?
We have not.
On the application, it says to be determined for Beaufort County ATAX request. Yeah, the county.
We didn't. So there's been a shift in the employee that used to take care of this left. And so we've been, there's a bit of a few gaps that we have missed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? So much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Jody, sorry. Gotta just do the scoring then. There's only one between us and lunch.
We can bring Jody back after lunch. And I think we need to pull Rob in for every single one of these. Laptop. Have Rob here with his laptop for every single one of these, so we can just cross-check the last year's attendance. For hanging fishes.
Excited about that.
I should tell you that I actually read the application.
We're very excited about that too.
Hanging fishes.
That I've been wanting to do for 8 years.
How's the attendance over there now? Okay.
Go run up downstairs.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you for having us today. My name is Kat Armstrong. A lot of you guys know Jody Hayward, our executive director. We're very excited to be here. I will try and be short and sweet. I know you guys are ready for lunch after a long morning of hearing these presentations. So as you saw in our application, we are requesting funds for a new exhibit in our Maritime Center Museum and Aquarium. This will be a School of Fish exhibit, which will be a hanging school of fish in our entryway as you walk in. That's really going to be eye-catching and set the tone for a really exciting and immersive experience in the Maritime Center. Our Maritime Center, I know a lot of you guys know about it. Hopefully a lot of you have been there, but this is a huge tourist attraction for people coming to this area. We really pride ourselves on bringing people here, teaching them about how special Beaufort is and how special our environment is. We have been seeing a growing number of people coming as we expand our campus and add more programs. We're seeing about 30,000 people. We saw more than that last year. And that's about the average that we've been seeing with continued growth. And since 2020, the number of people coming from beyond 50 miles that we're seeing has been 49% or above consistently, which is really exciting for us. We contribute a lot of that attraction to tourists to the work we do with marketing campaigns, especially working with the Beaufort CVB to make sure we are targeting people outside of 50 miles who are going to come here for the first time or who will come here and spend more time because they see there's more attractions. And we have a link to the CVB on our website so people who come here can find hotels, find attractions, see just how much there is to do once they do their visit at the Maritime Center. So this exhibit, like I said, we're very excited about. Like you heard Jody say, she's been talking about this for years. We're really enthusiastic about it. Not only is it going to be really eye-catching and inviting for people immediately as soon as they walk in the museum, but it's also a really important representation of the intersection of education, conservation, and research that's at the heart of our organization. You guys know the waterways are what make Beaufort so special, and a lot of that has to do with our really healthy, diverse wildlife, the healthy fisheries that we have, and the recreational fishing that supports. Just this year, we had our first annual fishing tournament, which was very successful and something we're really excited to continue and continue growing in the future. And this is another really great representation of these amazing fisheries that we have that bring people here to enjoy our waterways. It's also an art exhibit as well. This is beautiful artwork. We've worked with 3D Topics before, who would be contracted to make this exhibit. And it's beautiful, but it's also scientifically accurate. So we make sure we are still having that educational component. What people see when they enter the Maritime Center is what lives out in the Sound. So people really feel immersed and involved in it. We really value the importance of continually adding new and exciting and beautiful exhibits to the Maritime Center. We don't want it to ever feel stale for people who have been here before. We want to attract new people and bring people back who have already visited because they know there's going to be something new and exciting for them to see and enjoy, which is why this ask is really important and exciting for us.
I just want to say thank you. Your application is always so well organized with the questions.
Thank you.
This is more of a personal question. How did you choose cobia versus anything else in our sound? I'm curious.
Well, when cobia are of a certain size, they're beautiful fish.
Yeah.
They have very striking stripes on the side. When they get really large, the stripes kind of fade a bit. But cobia, we have a, you read this tonight, but we have a certain, cobia that are here that aren't anywhere else. They actually breed here, a very unique, species for our area. But, you know, we have tossed around, we want to do redfish, you know, but I think the cobia would be striking thing from the ceiling. And this came from seeing an exhibit in New York almost 10 years ago in the Room of Biodiversity, and they have this school of fish going through the Natural History Museum, and I was like, which they all thought I was crazy, but you know, here we are.
You don't have a visual of it, do you?
You know, yeah, our designer did. I can text you a picture for sure of the one that I took in New York years and years ago.
Oh, it's
Might
fine.
go find
I
it.
have a,
It has nothing to do with your application. I'm
Yeah.
just more.
Yeah.
No.
Well, you should definitely, next time you're at the Maritime Center, a lot of the animal models that we have, we've got big sharks and horseshoe crabs and dolphins hanging from the ceiling. Those are all done by the same designer. So you can get an idea of kind of the beautiful work that he does. There we go. She's got it.
once again, going back, I don't have any questions.
Fantastic.
How's the reptile display coming along?
It's done. So we have submitted our final report. It's beautiful in there. I work with our reptiles a lot and I'm so excited about it. It's given us a lot more space to hold more reptiles. So we have different species in there now. It makes it a lot more accessible for kids because we're able to have displays basically from the ground up. So all the littles can see right into the snake. It's just made that whole room look so professional and exciting. I love those exhibits.
A recommendation for that? Can I see that, Jimmy? A recommendation for that?
Mm-hmm.
The Lionel train,
A rhino train.
hang it up on the ceiling, and then attach a couple fish to it. So
There
as
you
the train's
go.
swimming
Keep it
around, the
swimming
fish-
around. All right. I'll make a note of that. I like that. Make it really involved.
That way you have live, it's basically live fish swimming in.
Yeah, exactly. It really makes it immersive.
So how many questions?
Okay. Thank you so much, you guys. Good luck with the rest of your day. Yeah, we saw him.
I don't know if you heard that, Jody. Jody, I don't know if, I said, put a train up on the ceiling and then hang the fish off the train. That way, as it's going around, you'd have actually fish, not all of them, but you'd have certain ones that are moving through the.
That's right. We're not gonna put you on the exhibits committee. It might go, the budget might go crazy.
Only $400 for the train.
Be a big train.
Good to see you.
Good,
Thank you, guys. Have a
Thanks,
good rest
thanks
of your
y'all.
day.
Thank you. Quasi-governmental, state, regional, budget, so Beaver and Jack for South County. Out there is a 33 where it's cuts off, I-95. They do it as night,
2007. So I know that you have had the application and I know that you've gone through it. I would like to point out just a couple of things on that page 10, this, and we'll get into the other stuff. Well, the front page that I just gave you is our annual report, and you can see that those are the 4 counties we serve. Those are our commissioners on each of the 4 counties. Rob is our chair. Ariana is the Hilton Head person, and Jonathan Sullivan is the other hospitality person for Beaufort County. On the back is the same information as is in that number 10 of the application, which is what I was kind of wanting to point out. We were a little soft this year in website stuff. We saw the first time we've had a downturn, but I want to explain to you that since 17-18, FY 17-18, we were up 34%. The next year it's 46%, 33%, 32, 35, 22, and 1. So we knew that those numbers were going to be really, really hard to sustain. So we are soft on the website, but we are up on all our social media and the Twitter and the constant contact, which is a really cool thing that we've been able to grow that. The G4 in analytics too have also done some strange things and has made some differences on how they measure sessions as opposed to engagement. They're more focused on engagement now rather than sessions. They do things differently. Google is always changing those algorithms, and it's really maddening at times. So the only other thing I pointed out and gave to you, I wanted to let you know this past year, we got a little bit of extra money from the state. And so we did a research project. We did a very strongly in-depth conversion study, a visitor profile study. They did a focus group part of that. And we also have employed tourism economics, which is a very strong economic development group. They all do a lot of data-driven stuff. We're using their dashboard now to kind of take these pixels. And then first of all, let me tell you, well, let's go back to the survey first. As you see, the first set in there is the executive survey, talks a little bit about who our customer is. And the lady who did this is a great research from the Southeast Tourism Society. She took the data. When we did the survey, we sent her the information and the contact information of people who had already engaged with us in some way, whether it was Facebook or requested a guidebook. So she did it for part of that. And then she also took the tourism economics information and compared it with an engaged visitor or a non-engaged visitor, someone who'd seen us before and the activities that they did as opposed to those that hadn't seen anything from us. And our people, the people who engaged with us tended to stay longer. They did a lot more things. I'll say this whole full notebook is the slides from what she did. And it was very, very thorough, very, very impressed with her work. I will say the top destinations, Beaufort was above Hilton Head. Beaufort was listed as a primary destination 72% of the time. Hilton Head was 60 and Edison Beach was 46. So that was really cool. Interested, that was, really good for us to see here in Beaufort. You'll see on this, and it tells, they want to learn more about the Gullah culture. We're trying to get it. We have the older female demographic pretty well covered. We're trying to get that younger male. We really strive to do the family vacations. We also strive to do the couple things. Also, families stay longer. Couples stay 2 or 3 nights, or whether it's couples or girlfriend getaways or things like that. You'll see on that second page, the Low Country region unaided perceptions on the left-hand side, and that was the words that came up without giving you a list to pick from. And then the aided ones were the ones that, okay, here's our list of what we think. Do you agree with us, and what is that all about? And then the third pages talks about what makes us unique, the local history and culture, the slower pace of life, uncrowded and unspoiled, and the natural beauty. So a lot of things that we already felt like we knew, but it's good to have that justification and that, backup that's what these people are thinking about us too. And so we're using our marketing dollars in the right ways to really go after these people. And you see on the next one, now we go back to the data. The data is picking up pixels or people that have their phone on. What I want to really caution you that is when everybody's talking about this geofencing data, remember that the phone has to be on, which is probably going to be on, but it has to have all the parameters set. You allow Google to see where you are, you allow this, you allow that. So it picks up a lot of information and it can give you really good trends, but don't count on this as, you know, gospel, because it's only picking up a portion of the people that are coming in and out of what we're doing. You see part of the dashboard, this dashboard is crazy. It's got information from National Park Service, from economic outlooks and forecasts. And then what we have as far as our particular part that we really look at the most are the domestic travel, the points of interest, the visitor center data, it's got economy and labor, it's got travel intent, it's just got crazy amounts of things that they do. But if you see this low country spending summary, again, that's not collecting everything. The one that I gave to you is for the period of July, 48.7 million spent on credit cards. That's about third to a fourth of the credit cards actually gathered and captured. But that doesn't mean that you could times that times 4 to get, you know, the real thing. So, but just pretend, I mean, concentrate on the trends on these kinds of things. So that kind of gives you an idea of where they're spending their money, where the DMAs are, I think is the most important thing, because these things are usually consistent. The Atlantas, the Charlottes, the Greenville, Spartanburg, Cincinnati, Ohio, Savannah, Pittsburgh, those things gives us fuel to go to the different MSAs, different areas to do our marketing, put our marketing in places where they're coming. We want to get more of those same kinds, so they'll be the right kind of tourists, not just a tourist that's going to come in and disrupt our way of life, but it's going to treasure our way of life and help us support it. The second page talks about a little bit of Beaufort County. Also, there's those origin states and those origin DMAs, Savannah, Atlanta, Charlotte, Greenville. These are the people that are coming in, of those that they captured. Length of stay was 2 days, but now you got to consider that, you know, that's not necessarily, this is the county, but that's not necessarily, that's pulled out by different measures. So there again, you don't look at it as gospel, but a lot of them are staying overnight. That's a heat map of where they're coming from, all up and down the eastern seaboard. We've got some Texas, we've got some California, but the majority of them are our neighboring states. Then the third page, what I did with that was a point of interest analysis, and I did a Highway 21 hotels. We have the counties as points of interest. We have different attractions as points of interest. I did a Hotel 21, Highway 21 hotel where I pulled the ones that were along Highway 21, and I pulled one that said downtown inns, and we geofenced the inns so that we can compare those. But you got to remember that the number of rooms, the volume of rooms on the Highway 21 hotels is much different from the ones that are in the downtown inn kind of area. So this is kind of just showing you of that 84.6% spent overnight. And this was a time period. You see the start date of May 1, end date is August 31. I put a dwell filter. The dwell filter tells you if you put a 0 on there, it'll ping, the phone will ping, and it just think it's just riding by or riding through the parking lot. But if you put something like a 50 or 60-minute dwell filter, then it tells you that they're staying there for long enough. They're probably spending the night, kind of thing. So you can adjust that, whether it's at the Waterfront Festival or anywhere at Honey Island or anything like that. But that tells you again origins by top origin market by state and the DMAs and some of the demographics on your right-hand side. And then this last one, there's a website campaign performance. That is where somebody is on their phone and they see one of our ads, they pick up a pixel on that phone. That pixel goes with that phone wherever it goes, and it can tell you how long the people, when they saw it, when they're coming into market, how many people are coming into market, what's the conversion rate, and what's your visitor device count. Tells you what the points of interest are visited, where some of this stuff is so in depth that it raises more questions than it gives you answers. So we are continually working with the geofences. We're trying to do Beaufort County the city of Beaufort as one, the city of Walterboro as one, because we want to see if there's any way we can move the needle even on the I-95. You know, get more heads and beds along 95 in different parts of the region. So that's just some fun stuff that we've been doing. That was new this year, and I wanted to point it out to you. But I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Her name's Jamie. Can you just give like kind of where you're located? All know who you are. Very like quick, like I know you said that kind of beginning, but just
Yeah, our visitor center is a Frampton House, visitor center right there at exit 33. We have like 15,000 a day passing that, visitor center 7 days a week. We have Beaufort, Hampton, Jasper, and Colleton County. The downstairs is a visitor center. We've had the Harriet Tubman statue out there. We used to do some reenactments, but the fellow who owned the land behind us and the reenactors kind of had a little tiff, and so we kind of don't do that anymore. But, you know, we do like Authors Under the Oaks, but it's really, we have about 12, 13,000 people that come by and stop by our visitor center every year. Nice little picnic area, good place to walk your dog, get the kids out, let them run around. A beautiful live oak tree that's out there that my predecessor used to say if he had a nickel for every time somebody took a picture of that tree, he wouldn't have to work again. And that's the truth.
So going over your POI analysis, do you have, for the Spanish Moss Trail, there's just one that peaked out because it's actually higher than places that have hotels. Is that whole trail just geofenced?
Yes, it is. And there again, because we don't have the hotels grouped all together, I wanted to do the 21 as one group and the downtown as another group. They're not that the pure mass of the people that ping in a hotel. You would have to combine all those numbers together and the Frips. And so that's why Spanish Moss is showing up more than Highway 21 motels. But it is, the whole trail is marked.
Okay.
And there again, you can look at these things as, you know, in different time frames and different dwell filters. And you have to remind, and with that other geofence of the city of Beaufort and the town of Port Royal, that's still right now within the Beaufort County. So that doesn't extrapolate out. At one time we were thinking, well, we could take the county and then take each of the municipalities and then extrapolate it from there, but that was just too much, too confusing, too foggy. So we're now going back and geofencing the actual municipalities.
I just found it interesting. That's just one step below Hunting Island.
Yeah, and the other thing that was so crazy when we first started with this, Estill, the town of Estill was coming up. And we said, that can't be right, you know? But then I had the dwell filter on 0. So that's just people driving through. They may be coming from Augusta or they may be coming from whatever. And then one of our Hampton County commissioners said that there was a huge prison in Estill. And so, you know, that could be, the phones could be picking up on that prison because they're surely not coming from in the market, you know? So when you get something weird like that, you just got to kind of that's why I say it unveils more questions sometimes than it gives you answers. But the DMA part is really, really strong. And it's still new technology and it's still new to us. So it's only been gathering for us since about mid-June.
Okay. I think we asked Rob this one question earlier in the day. Are you guys changing where you are marketing due to the hurricanes?
Well, as a matter of fact, I was talking with the people at Edisto to try to come up with some way to say, you know, how can we do something that would be good for y'all? I mean, you know, if you've been really struck pretty hardly, can we give you a discount or a special code where we could help? Some of my marketing team was kind of apprehensive about that because they didn't want to come off as trying to take advantage of that. We do know that, of course, Asheville, the fall leaves, that's a gone market for them. We're not marketing within, but we do still heavily go for the Charlotte and the other areas. So we're hoping to think that people that had plans to go to the mountains will come this way instead. Because it's a great time of year to be with us now that most of that has gone away.
No, it's just great to hear that every single marketing organization that we have is playing along the same playing from the same playbook, I guess.
Yeah, well, you know, Rob uses that's why I went with tourism economics, because it doesn't have advanced and it doesn't have the group that he's with at Zartico. It's different. So that's why we wanted to do something different so that we could look at what this system's saying and what this system's saying, and are they saying the same thing, kind of thing. So, you know, we work very closely with Rob and Ariana, and I think that the softening of the Hilton Head market has gotten them really into looking at how we can do more stuff collaboratively, which that wasn't the case before. So that's a really big plus to see what we can do to work together instead of trying to just hoard the.
Would you say your biggest change was in the last year, what you do on a day-to-day basis?
Well, with this, my head's in this daggone dashboard because I'm trying to figure out what it's saying, you know? I mean, statistics can tell you, you can say anything, you can make it say whatever the heck you want it to say. But it's very important to me, I want to know, what does this tell me? What am I doing? What am I doing right? What am I doing wrong? How can I do it better? What other places can we go to really market it? If we look at the pages that, the Gullah piece has really gotten a lot stronger. One of the cool things about this study that she did with the focus groups is she asked them specific questions and Zoomed with the people, individually and in groups. And they talked about the different things that fit our area. There was one lady she was talking about comparing us, her boyfriend was from New York, he never heard of South Carolina, and none of this and none of that. And she was talking about Beaufort, she was talking about Edisto, she was talking about Bluffton, and she was saying how important it was and how cool it was in our area that was unspoiled and, it's not so crowded. So the Gullah piece we're doing more of, one of the things that comes up in our top 6 or 7 in our website every month landing pages is the Forrest Gump blog that we have. That thing is still popular. And we can send all the people out to all the different places, like the Shrimp Festival with Paul there, does his forest. And, that still, it resonates with a lot of people, believe it or not.
Peach, I saw where you've indicated that Beaufort was seemingly what more people were focused on. And do you attribute it to essentially what you just said? In terms of interest in the Gullah Geechee culture, where do you, if you've been able to, as you said, it often uncovers more questions than not, but what are you seeing?
Yeah, and that's one of the things that was this piece, and that I had given you about the 4 sections of local culture and history. There was a quote from the lady she said, the draw is the Gullah culture down here is some historical sites that you guys have available on the East Coast that we don't have here in the Midwest. Slower pace of life. You've got trees, you've got the moss, you've got the laid back feeling, you've got food that goes with it. Everybody's friendly. It's just seems that nobody's in a big hurry. Crowded and unspoiled. The quote was, there is no big tourism here. So I don't go around telling everybody about Edisto. That was about Edisto because it's precious. And it's the same kind of feel. It's a precious place that people don't want it to be spoiled. Natural beauty. Talk again about the pines and the huge oaks dripping with Spanish moss around the house. Sea breezes waving through the marsh grass in every color, green and tan. So those are quotes that came from the focus people themselves. So did that answer your question?
I think so. I think natural beauty, history, I mean, you've got it listed, unaided perception, so I'm assuming that just ties right into what you.
Yeah, and I'm happy to send that full result survey to anybody that wants it, and you can go into it. And like I said, those videos are pretty powerful. The way the people really talk, they're from around here. It warms my heart because that's what I feel. But sometimes you don't know if other people feel the same way.
Any other questions for Peach?
Peach, when you requested, sorry, just so 6% from Department of Revenue based on the accommodations tax and 61,800. Jay, what was the gross collections? Just to let you know, 6% of what we're dealing with is a number that is far less than that. Our number would be closer to 7,000 something if you were to ask for 6% of what in fact is available from us. Jay, what was the total? And then now what are we being given to talk about here? Yes, I guess what yes, I think it was, 7,
So the budgeted amount is $933,000.
right? And
I'm
we're,
sorry, the total amount is 969. Obviously, the DMO gets their portion,
Right.
272. And then the city, budget, which is the first 25,000 plus
clicking.
Sorry, my mic wasn't on. And then the city gets that $25,000 from the top, and then they get 5%, and then the DMO gets 30%. And then there's 65% left. But today we, after some other expenditures, which is the police, downtown Twilight, and affordable housing, the total is $471,663.
Of which 6% would be around 24,000, right?
Well, yeah, to
But
call it closer to, well, 28, 29, 470. It'd be what, 24 plus 4, so 28, 1, something like that.
Okay, I'll tell you, I do base my requests on the Department of Revenue has a sheet, a spreadsheet that tell all the municipalities and it rolls up to Erie County. The Department of Revenue posts that on the SCPRT website, and the most recent year, that's where that they have that information posted. After all the allocations are taken out as far as the Robin Hood clause, all those that are above that $100,000 give a certain portion back to those who are less than, so that little Robin Hood clause, and the final allocation is the piece that I use from the DOR report to take the 6% from.
Okay.
It's on the
I
PRT.
just wanted you to be aware of what we're actually, what the pot in reality is that we today sit and have to decide what we feel is best. And then, of course, what we feel is best is not always translated in the end. But I wanted you to know that that number is considerably less than 6% of what you had stated. Just doesn't mean anything other than that.
I understand
Okay.
totally,
Right.
absolutely, totally, and I just wanted to make sure that it was, that you understood that I'm getting that from the Department of Revenue is what should have been coming back.
Got it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Never been said before.
But, I tell people it's nice and soft and fuzzy and sweet on the outside, but there's a pit in the middle you don't want to mess with.
I don't doubt. I don't doubt. I don't intend to test that.
Thank you for what you guys do. I know it's very time consuming. I know it can be nothing kind of frustrating here and there, but I appreciate the time that you spend to make sure that we try to grow Beaufort in the right ways as far as tourism goes.
Thank you.
Afternoon, amen. Okay. Again, good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to come and to give a brief overview on what we're trying to do and what we have done. I am Reverend Kenneth Hodges, the pastor of the Tabernacle Baptist Church in Beaufort, a church that has been in existence in downtown Beaufort since prior to the Civil War, but played an important role during the Civil War. In January of 1863, that congregation got together and drafted a resolution thanking Abraham Lincoln for the emancipation of a people. And that document is a part of the Abraham Lincoln Papers today. That sets us apart as one of the pillars in downtown during the Reconstruction era. It is also the resting place of Robert Smalls, and his burial site is a part of the National Park Service Underground Network to Freedom program. And as you know, there's a lot more emphasis being placed on Robert Smalls today. We are glad to do some things as it relates to Robert Smalls. His bus is also there. One of the things that we started putting a lot of emphasis on was the fact that Harriet Tubman had spent about 3 years in Beaufort during the Civil War. A lot of emphasis was not placed on that. A lot of people were not aware of it. Since we started these initiatives, no doubt there has been a lot more emphasis and focus on Harriet Tubman. And in the midst of the Civil War, Harriet Tubman came to Beaufort in the spring of 1862 to aid the Union forces. And while she was here, she served in many capacities. She served as a nurse, a scout, a spy. She opened an eating house and a wash house. But she was also instrumental in helping to lead what is called the Combahee River Raid, where they assembled in downtown Beaufort on June 1st, 1863. And 3 vessels went up the Beaufort River, the Coosaw River, and then up the Combahee River, and 756 enslaved persons were freed. They came back into the city and assembled at the Tabernacle Church, where they were addressed by Harriet Tubman and Colonel Montgomery. We felt that Beaufort needed to, and South Carolina, needed to do something to put a lot of emphasis on that phase of Harriet Tubman life. Harriet Tubman life can be divided into 3 major sections. Her life of enslavement and her birth in Maryland, and then the Underground Railroad era, the Civil War era, and then the aftermath of the Civil War. That few years during the Civil War, that's where the focus was not placed on Harriet Tubman. So that's why we launched an initiative about 8 years ago to construct a monument to memorialize Harriet Tubman for the work that she's done in this area and to draw the focus of attention to Beaufort, South Carolina. That initiative, we labored with it for over 9 years. We thank you for the support that you've given us in the past. And as a result of that, we were able to unveil the monument on June 1st of this year, 2024. The monument was constructed by world-renowned sculptor Ed Dwight, which is a pillar for Beaufort as well. Ed Dwight is the 91-year-old Black astronaut that went into space in May of this year, becoming the oldest person to go into space on one of Bezos' space flights. He is the sculptor who designed and built the Harriet Tubman Monument. He's done over 130 public monuments, one on the State House grounds in Columbia. So we unveiled the monument in June 1st, that weekend. The streets were blocked off and 1,000 people assembled just for the unveiling alone. We had various activities going on in the parking lot of Tabernacle. There was food vendors, and all of the food vendors sold out all of their food. And we brought in celebrities, authors, where they made presentations on the 3 days of that activity. noted author who just completed a book on Harriet Tubman called The Combee. She spent 2 days with us. It was a presentation that Friday night at Tabernacle, and also a presentation on that Saturday, along with members of Harriet Tubman's family and director of the Harriet Tubman Home in Auburn. That was a great event. It's something that we envision doing annually, wherein we will bring in key persons to highlight the life and times of Harriet Tubman. And so we're looking forward to going and having another event on the anniversary of the Combee River Raid next year.
Your request is for this event on that celebration day, correct?
Right, yeah.
Okay, I guess I'm a little confused. Cost of the event is $550,000.
Oh, yeah, okay. I think that, yeah.
And the accommodation request is $28,500.
Yeah.
So this event that you're gonna have once a year costs $550,000?
Yeah, let me explain that. I think I kind of confused how I put in the application. What I was reflecting on the cost of the construction of the Harriet Tubman Monument. It costs about $500,000. All of that has been completed now, and the only thing we're looking on now is an annual event. But now that cost has already been taken care of. That led up to the unveiling of the monument and construction of it.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
So the event, so in your budget that you submit, budget has $28,500, and it obviously just,
Right.
but, expenses are, there's one line item in here that I don't. It says 7,000 for other expenses,
Right, yeah.
but underneath it, Jay, is this your editing on here?
Right, yeah.
So so where it says other expenses down below for creation of educational panels is $1,000. I don't understand where that is above. Is that in addition to the $7,000?
No.
That's on the budget.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's part of the budget that we have to bring up, to make up for that amount, that's just to break it down to show what it will be used for, the creation of educational panels and various displays.
That's no, that's to get to that 28. I just did the math.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Um,
And that'll be permanent. Now that's, you go by there right now and their group is in front of the monument right now. And the National Park Service does 2 tours daily. Ever since the monument was there, and they will continue. This goes on all year, but we want to put a lot of emphasis on the anniversary of it so that we will draw even more attention to it.
So the 10,500 is just a one-time expense to create the panels and the displays that
yeah.
will go in front of the monument,
Yeah,
which leaves a balance of 18,500, which would actually be the cost to hold the event.
promoting, yeah.
Okay,
promote it. I don't think.
to promote it. Yeah, it's all promotional expense.
The event look like? Sorry, we don't have any details. of
It'll look just like last year. I mean, it's an event where the assembly on the grounds of the Tabernacle Baptist Church, vendors, lecturers, authors, it's just a gala event. This year, we close out the entire street in front of the church, and over 1,000 people were right there at that time.
Explain to me kind of how the event looks. Is it a day event?
No, it's a 3-day event. We had 3 days. What we had this year was the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And that's basically what we will be doing ongoing. If not 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, it will be at least 2 days. but we had activities starting on that Friday night where there were events in the church where authors came in, book signing. Then the next day we went directly outside on the yards, and then you had other speakers, food vendors, entertainment, National Park Service, the city, and the street itself was blocked off. Oh, you were there? Okay, yeah.
And I'm sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's it, yeah. Yeah, and we'll have to build that. I mean, now, last year was unique, but I think that this year we can build on that. One of the challenges of last year is we promoted it, but we were very cautious because the monument was not yet in. And it required everything to fall in place so that the monument would be there in place by the actual 1st of June. So we were cautious in our promotion, but we still had to promote it. But the monument was just installed that week of the event.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions. Any questions?
I have one. Doesn't relate to this. It might relate to the past funding that you've received. Because I think this is year 3?
This will be year 3, yeah.
Okay. I know the first year, 2022, when you requested the funding, you were expecting the monument to be in place in 23, so we can have the Gombe River Run, but the monument wasn't, I think, in place in 23. So there was funding left over that was supposed to go to 2024 for you to utilize for this year's actual unveiling.
Right.
And you requested funds last year for the same thing again. So I guess my question would be to Jay is there still funding that's been unpaid to Tabernacle Baptist from 2022 and 2023?
Each year, they have 2 years to use the funds. So in the award letter for 2023, they had until October of 25. So they just recently have been approved for payment of that 2023 award.
Yeah, but what about the funds that we approved in 2022?
No,
We haven't submitted the final report, but we've already made all the expenditures.
when I say 23, we go by the fiscal
Oh, yeah,
year.
23, so yeah.
Their first award was fiscal year 23,
Okay, so they still have funds from last year then?
correct?
Okay. River Run. It was supposed to be the unveiling. I think last year was,
Unveiling.
last year was for the unveiling, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they unveiled this year.
That's the event we were just describing, yeah. But when we introduced it as an unveiling, we said that it was going to be an inaugural event that would happen
Right.
annually.
I know we talked about it
Yeah.
in depth the first year.
Yeah.
It was a great idea to continue doing it forward, but we're just trying to, I think I'm looking for a clarification on the funding from the one year that the event didn't take place.
Yeah.
Is the
Right, it
clarification-
delayed it,
Is,
yeah.
it just delayed it. That's the clarification I'm looking for is all.
And that's why we didn't request any funding the next year.
Yeah, we'll get clarification on that. Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
You mentioned there's some involvement with the national parks. Right.
That they bring people like several times a day.
Every day, yeah.
Is there any cooperation or?
Promotion that you might
Well,
get from the
we
national park?
definitely will be, yeah, we will be, as we begin to develop the brochures and ongoing documents, because, I mean, if they're carrying a group twice a day, then we'll have to work with them on promoting. I
Yeah, it
mean,
seems
it's
like a
private,
it seems like a
property and
natural,
Everything,
yeah.
but we're definitely working with them.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
And the tour groups are doing it as well. You go by right now, the walking tour, the buggy tours, the golf cart tours, they all stop at the monument.
Yeah, and they should.
Yeah. Mhm.
I guess I'll ask it.
Uh,
So the 28 that you're requesting, basically, you're gonna have 18.5 left over for the marketing portion of it. How do you plan on funding the rest of the event?
Well, we're constantly soliciting funds. People are still contributing, a donor list. They want to be a part of it. So we are actively going to keep on soliciting funds, yeah.
Okay, and do you have a cost as to what the whole event might cost? Like an estimate?
We're trying to be very conservative. I mean, we're not going to spend over 40,000.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
Thank you.
okay, yeah.
Sorry if I'm asking a lot of questions.
Okay, no, that's no problem, yeah. Mhm. Okay, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you all for what you're doing and thank you for having me. Yeah. Okay, yeah, good, okay.
I think I'm fine. I'm good, thank you. How are you? Hi. Hello, Council. My name is Bridget Brown. I am here presenting on behalf of the Beaufort County Black Chamber of Commerce. I have Marilyn Harris here, Miss Marilyn Harris, who's the Executive Director. So I'm presenting here on their behalf and also on behalf of the application that we submitted to the ATAX grant program. So I want to share with you a presentation so that you can kind of get a visual sense of what this project is for. And we are seeking project funding and not event or festival funding, but project funding, and definitely a project that's going to help to support all of those who get event funding or, hosting some kind of activity. So I'll start. Imagine an app that you can download from the Apple Store or Google Play that will allow you to take a self-guided tour of Beaufort. If you're like me
right? Beaufort is like your home away from home, but it's not exactly your physical home. And so you want to come to Beaufort and you want to explore Beaufort and you want to explore your roots. Imagine being able to download an app onto your phone that will give you like a guided tour of Beaufort. What I mean by that is I'm talking about a roots navigator. Basically, a navigator, that will help you to get through Beaufort and to visit its cultural and historic institutions. This is a navigator that, can take you to a place like the Harriet Tubman Memorial and give you an audio, reading of what's happening there at the scene. And we'll also probably present some kind of, music or cultural activities, something that gives you, some understanding beyond what you just see. And I say this because I love parks. I go and I travel national parks, and I love it that Beaufort has a national park here that we're preserving. But if you go to that site on the nps.gov's website, there's nothing there that will allow you to kind of navigate your way through, this park. And so this is a contribution not just to the cultural, sector of Beaufort, but to just Beaufort in general. So this is an app that allows you to walk around Beaufort and explore its cultural assets, like the Harriet Tubman Memorial, for example. One of the things that this app will do is it'll integrate with other apps like Google or Ancestry or TripAdvisor, really kind of appealing to the tourist or, the individual who likes exploring, cities and exploring the South and its cultural history. So the funding will help to develop this app. It will also help to advertise and to promote it, outside of Beaufort, but like at airports, at kiosks and airports throughout the South, or, I would say like in this triangular area, South Carolina, what is it, Savannah, Charleston, and Hilton Head. So maybe promoting it there so that on arrival, people see this app. They're like, hey, I'm going to download it because it's going to take me throughout Beaufort. And we can also work with other counties, at a later date to add them to this app. So that's the funding. And this is kind of what it would look like if it were a global. I know that Beaufort doesn't have like, that setting that's there, but this is just an example. And then I have a pretty detailed, breakout of the budget and what it will cost to do that. And I'm happy to answer the questions around that. I don't know why my screen is freezing right now, but it's not showing you the budget.
It's okay, we have it.
Oh, okay, great. So thank you so very much. That's what I'm proposing on behalf of the Beaufort County Black Chamber of Commerce. And I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you. Yes, and this is also, so Beaufort, I'm sorry, the Black Chamber of Commerce puts out a Gullah Geechee Heritage Guide. So we're in the process of revising that guide, and thank you to a local vendor, we're getting it published. But this will be like a companion guide to that and to other things too.
Will you be putting that guide on digitally with this?
I'm sorry?
Will that guide go digitally with this as well?
Yes, it will. And we will add more to it.
Okay, that leads me to my next question. We had the original Gullah Festival here earlier today,
Yes,
designing something similar to this to use during their Gullah Festival, where they click on it and it would tell them what time the attractions are, where the other locations are, what time
yep.
the events are taking place and stuff like that. Have you coordinated with them to see if it's something similar or if
Well, I think that that's one of the things that this funding will definitely help to do, because as I've been kind of looking at the people have been proposing things, I'm like, we're all kind of like working together. Each, body is doing something different, and there needs to be something that, coordinates it all together. So no, I haven't.
Okay,
It would be great to do that.
I mean, they asked for funding for a project similar to
Their,
this.
well, their project could actually be a part of this project, because this project is not just focused on the Gullah Festival. This is focused on all of, Beaufort and the different things that are happening. So the Gullah Festival would be a link.
It'd be a link to the.
Yes,
okay.
it would be, and I mean, if theirs is a, an app, we can link it to that.
That makes perfect.
Yes. Yes, yes. That's actually something that we're looking forward to doing. I'll be entering the role of Chief Operating Officer at the Chamber of Commerce, and part of my, responsibility will be to build and strengthen these partnerships. So with this in mind, the goal is to bring on partners and to strengthen our relationships and, work together. So this is not just an app for just one organization, but it's for everybody.
Yeah, because I mean, yeah, as you will, explain, the biggest challenge is to get downloads.
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
the larger the audience, the more opportunity.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think take it into a different direction, and it'll kind of carve out your targeting opportunities.
Yes.
But I think there's huge potential and lower audience.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I intend to.
Request is for the app as well as marketing of other, the marketing money that you have requested.
So the marketing
I'm assuming is the
is,
$17,000, is that to market the app or is that to market everything in general?
that's, so I think you asked a good question. So it's really to market the app, but if it's all integrated, right? It's also marketing our vendors who might advertise in the app. So the marketing would definitely kind of promote the app, right? At airports, at places where we find visitors, the welcome bureaus. It would pay for those types of ads. And it would also pay for, of course, like, the design and, some of the printing fees. And then digital ads. Like, I actually think we have TripAdvisor in the actual budget. So, you can go to Trip, and you can, I mean, you all use TripAdvisor or something like that, where you can go in and you can be very, targeted. And you can, create ads that are for people who type in Beaufort, South Carolina. Then our ad pops up. So that's what the marketing will support.
And is Routes Navigator the name y'all came up with, or is that like a app that's out there that you can configure?
No, that's
That
an,
makes sense.
that makes sense. That makes sense. So no, that's a title that we came up with, but we can change it. It's flexible because, I think it needs to be, well, it could be more all encompassing, right?
So this will be then Roots Navigator will be your own, it will be the intellectual property of the Black Chamber of Commerce?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Because sorry, I have one more question, because the billboard advertising is pretty. Because the billboard advertising, which is $10,000, pretty significant part of the advertising of this app, how do you plan on doing that?
Securing billboard ads?
No, like you're spending $10,000 to advertise this app is what you're, I'm
Mhm.
assuming, because you said the advertising is for that. How do you see that how do you plan on advertising on a billboard to get downloads of your app?
Oh,
Curious as the placement of it.
yeah.
Where the location.
Yes, so I was just in the airport yesterday, in Savannah Airport, and just at the baggage section, there are digital ad displays. I mean, they're throughout the airports, right? Local businesses advertise on these displays, digital displays, and we can too. So if you're arriving in Beaufort from, I don't know, Atlanta, or I'm sorry, not Savannah, Charleston, you could see these billboards. This could be, and I think I have an example of what it would look like, or, this is my rendering of it, but, they're there. and we can occupy that space. Airport. Yes, I mean, I'm thinking airport, yeah, because this is not, it's airports and also billboard ads too.
Like on the road, digital
Yes.
billboards,
Yes, yes.
not highway signs.
Actually, I think the freestanding kiosk is a great idea if it's placed properly.
Yeah,
Because the QR code.
yes, yes. Thank you. Yeah, the digital kiosks well, I guess, we could refine like, what we mean when we say marketing, what type of marketing and what type of ads we're going to do, whether it's digital for kiosks or, I was also thinking road signs, because, they're digital too, but, traditional ones as well.
Mobile advertising on digital through mobile.
Yes,
Makes perfect sense.
yes. Precisely. Yes, that's the idea. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Yes. We would advertise in the visitor centers. We would also advertise in the back of our Gullah Geechee Guide. Download the app. Social media, yes.
This is what I'm having.
And do you know, when you say the mapping of the history, do you have a plan of like how many things in the community are gonna be there? Like, is it gonna be whoever pays to play? Is it going to be everything in this area on this app? How do you see that?
I
turning a-
I would like for it to be, the idea is everything in this area that is historic and cultural, right? So, you have various, cultures and various cultural institutions in this area, right? So we would promote that because, if it's a national park, we want to promote that, right?
So I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand exactly what the plan is, not what you think it's going to be, because obviously this is a very heavily investment. We have $477,000 to disperse today. And we have more requests than what we have money for. And so when we ask questions, we're not asking them to like be a
I'm
little
trying to
bit of like.
understand your question.
So we want to understand that the money that we are recommending to council to disperse is what we feel is gonna bring heads in beds, because that's what the purpose of these funds are. So the app is called Roots Navigator, and I'm trying to understand in here, because it mentions in here, you're gonna have mapping of history, connecting communities, Gullah roots. So how will in this area, all those things that you discuss in your application, the roots, the mapping, the connecting of communities, how is that going to be in the app? Is it where, for example, Penn Center has to pay to be a part of this app? Or is it the Harriet Tubman Monument have to pay to be a part of that? Or is it everything in this area is going to be on that app? That's my question.
Yeah, that's a very good question. We don't expect the Penn Center, our cultural institutions, historical institutions to pay. What we do expect is that advertisers or businesses, local businesses, right? Like the coffee shop, your ad pops up when someone's visiting the Penn Center, or, or you're thinking coffee or whatever. That's what we're gonna build these partnerships. They won't have to pay, to put information out there about themselves. I don't think that's a cost that we should put to them. However, we should put a cost to businesses and people who want to advertise in the app. And that is generated, that's income.
Let's just say that weren't able to attain goal of funding that you hoped for. Or with the business, and then how would you?
So we do have like the Gullah Geechee Guide that, we kind of get earned income from through advertisements. And so, we would continue to enhance that and, probably fund it that way. And seek other additional funding if, we don't get this, try to get funding and bring it to scale.
I'm just looking at this. I'm trying to figure out how this app is going to bring more people to Beaufort.
It's going to bring people to Beaufort because
I mean, I'm trying to wrap my head around how the app is, because what's in the app is what's already around here, and you're giving them a guide. It's a self-walking tour of this is things to do in Beaufort. So they're already planning on coming to Beaufort, is what I'm assuming.
they're coming to Beaufort.
But they're not coming to Beaufort because of the app, or are they going to
Yeah,
come?
they're not coming because of the app. They're looking for, they're on a travel site. They're, searching for ads on Google. And this ad pops up, right?
Mhm.
Going to Beaufort, download the app. Find out more about culture of Beaufort, history of Beaufort. They're going and they're headed in that direction, or they're going to Savannah, or they're going to Charleston, or they're going to Hilton Head, and this pops up. And, you download it.
So you understand what the reasoning behind my question is? The goal of this committee is to figure out ways to bring people
People
to
to
Beaufort
Beaufort,
to
yes,
spend overnight accommodations.
yes.
That's why I asked how this app is going to help
Well,
bring people and
if you're using this app and you're looking for a place to stay, and let's say you're looking for a place to stay that's, culturally relevant, right? You could download this app and you can, find a place to stay that's in Beaufort that's, safe, culturally safe for you. If you're using this app and you have it on your phone, you're like, okay, I'm going to Beaufort, I'm going to the Gullah Festival. I want to know where are the people, where are the real cultural, artifacts that I need to see. You have this app. You can, get to Beaufort, book your hotel, do all of that because it's connected to Google, to TripAdvisor, to all of that. It's a companion, for someone wanting to come to Beaufort and coming to Beaufort.
Yeah, I think to Chet's point and to listening to some of VMAL, first off, I think it's a great idea. The key, and you touched on part of it in Savannah, Charleston, somebody being there and those folks being able essentially with advertising dollars, able to fire, cannon. We have a little pea shooter here in Beaufort because we just don't have that kind of funding, but the key for this to support it is heads and beds for us. We recognize that it's a very useful tool once here, but what does it do effectively to bring people here? Not necessarily while they are here and it being an effective tool. We're looking for the person to find this somewhere else and say, in fact, this is part of the reason that would draw me to Beaufort, just to let you understand
Mhm.
better
Well-
what we're tasked with.
Yeah, I understand. And, I totally, your question is, how is this going to bring people to Beaufort?
In a nutshell.
Well, I mean, I'm a part of an intergenerational network of people who are linked to Beaufort. And, people come to Beaufort, through me and through my cousins and brothers and sisters and all of my family. And that's the case for a lot of people who have roots in Beaufort or, Savannah or, this area, and who will come back and will come to the holidays or will come to the festivals. There are people who want to come now. There are, people who want to occupy those beds. They're planning for November, I'm sorry, for the Heritage Days, or planning for Memorial Day weekend. So I understand your question. I think that there is a market there of people who want to come home, come back.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah,
I just have one more question.
sure.
So tell me how this would differentiate from the wayfinding apps that we have now that everyone is used to using anywhere they go, whether that's Google Maps, TripAdvisor, or I don't know, there's more, I'm sure, but like the ones that are obviously large conglomerates about all over. So I don't know, when I go somewhere, I just kind of go on Google Maps or go on these apps to look for them. How are you going to compete with that when all these, I don't know what I'm trying to say.
I know.
Okay,
So I go somewhere and I put on my iMac, and I can look
Yes.
right under there, all the
Yes.
places that I want to visit or what
Yes.
might be around, close by. So, because that's what I use also.
because those are all on there complimentary is, everyone's on these corporate, these bigger apps for complimentary. And it sounds like to me is that, and I could be saying this incorrectly, but it sounds like some of your app is going to be pay to play and some is going to be on there. And it doesn't sound like it's very clear either. So I just want him to understand, how is this app going to be any different than ones that are already out there that are already established, like TripAdvisor and Google Maps?
I mean, I think that's a very good question that you asked. It's a, nonetheless a challenging question because we're talking about, organizations like the Beaufort County Black Chamber of Commerce and what we can do to support accommodations. Yeah, you have the big, the wayfinding apps out there, and you go to Google or wherever it is that you use. But, our local businesses can't pay for ads, can't afford to pay for ads in those big, conglomerate type, wayfinding apps. So this is an opportunity to support local economy. I mean, and we can build momentum around it. I mean, the goal is to, of course, build momentum in supporting it.
All is local, but you really have to reach out, get your target wherever they may be.
Mhm.
Which is gonna be.
Yes. I don't deny that at all.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Only that's not working, that's why I had to call the elevator company to make sure they fix it.
$5 amount, was there a zero left off here?
No. Do I get to say something quickly before you guys start? Yes, I'm Dean Moss and I'm Executive Director of the Friends of the Spanish Moss Trail. Well, thank you, Mr. McElhaney. Pleasure to be here. I'll start this by saying we are responding to a request that you all made last year concerning putting up signage along Boundary Street to direct people at those hotels and places along Boundary Street to the trail. And we finished the trailhead at Buford Plaza now. If you haven't seen it, it's worth going to take a look. It's easy to get to, and it's the trail, the road, as you know, Boundary Street, on a significant portion of it now has sidewalks which are sufficiently wide to let people ride bicycles and pass one another on the sidewalk. So the trick is to put signage up that will allow folks to come out of the motels, both on the, I guess it would be the eastern end of Boundary Street, but also west after you cross 170. There's a couple of motels up there that need to be included. So we are working with the city of Beaufort on this. And of course, we'll have to work with FCDOT. But it's completely doable. And I would say that it's probably a 60-day project. So we should have these, there's no reason, once we get this grant, we couldn't have stuff done, easily in 60 days. We have a local contractor doing the work, a local sign maker making signs. So that's kind of the essence of it. We're asking you for $13,000. And of that, 8,400 essentially would make the signs. And the $4,600 would be for all the associated costs of basically peer permitting. We will have some private property owners we're going to have to get with and talk to, et cetera. So it's fairly straightforward, and I'd love to answer any questions that you've got.
I just have a couple questions. Can you just tell me what STMF means?
STMF, FSMT.
Sorry, I said that way wrong.
Friends of the Spanish Moss Trail.
That's
Right.
embarrassing,
Don't worry
sorry.
about it.
I was gonna show you this, Dean,
Okay,
and Sissy, you can look at it as well if you're analytics. This is something that Peach gave us earlier. If you remember the question I asked, it's a question I asked Peach on the geofence. It's a points of interest list of everything that's in Beaufort.
Mm-hmm.
You see where you guys fall?
No, I don't know what.
Center page, center bar graph, look below Hunting Island.
You saying where Beaufort or the Spanish Moss Trail? I see.
Spanish Moss Trail, directly behind Hunting Island.
Okay.
So people are spending more than 60 minutes there, according to Peach.
I'm
saying that you're.
sorry, speak up.
So according to Peach, people are spending more than 60 minutes
Right.
on the trail.
Okay.
right.
I asked her that because I knew you guys were coming up
Mhm.
afterwards. That's very impressive because of the fact that you guys are just below Hunting Island.
Mhm.
In Hunting Island, people spend a lot of time, and you guys are right there.
Yeah.
Personally, I think,
2%, 2% less.
yes, 2% less, which in terms of numbers, that's, the fact that you're there is good. I know we talked about this last year about getting signage put out.
Right.
And it's great that you guys have come back to us looking for funding. I like the idea. One of my hotels is actually on the other side of Publix.
Right.
On Neil.
On Neil, I'm on
Yes,
Neil.
we have that plan too.
Yep.
So
So if you
Neil-
want, you don't need to come talk to me. Just pop the sign in.
Put it up.
Yeah, I'll be good. And that saves you a little trip there. If you want to do it on the 170 side as well, you can do it there as well, because I have the driveway right there as well.
How many signs is this, paying for? Sorry, if it's in here, I didn't see it.
Is there a signs now? Is there a, in the package, in the full package, is there a, like a quote from them?
Mm-mm. And if you provided it, we don't have it.
I don't have it obviously standing here. I want to say it's about maybe 13 signs because some of them are double-sided and things like that. It's one post, two signs. So when you say how many signs, depends whether they're double-sided or not. But I think it was like 13 maybe on one side, and then Neal Street had another little section. And then there are some that go into Beaufort Plaza as well. So basically getting people across when there's a light, we don't want people crossing randomly on bikes and walking, froggering across Boundary or Robert Smalls. So getting them to the correct light and to where there's another sidewalk to get them to the same side as Beaufort Plaza and then down the street. And once we need them to turn in, like where the banks are, we need them to turn left because it's all the way tucked, so we want to make sure it's not just along the street. We also, once they get into once they get into Beaufort Plaza, we also are telling them how, and that's Paul Trask. So we've been working with him on, how to basically have a consistent way of continuing people to the right spot
Got it.
where parking is.
Just one more quick thing. A couple of years ago, we talked about a QR project.
Hmm.
How's that working?
Tell me again what you wanted on QR. We have a QR code now on our,
On the trailheads, right? We put,
trailheads,
yeah. So,
on the map.
yep, I think we funded that as well. We did a portion of the funding for it.
Last year's, I guess last year's grant was for all the new signs on the trailhead. So those are all in and the QR code is on there.
Have you seen usage from the QR codes?
Well, the QR code takes you right to our website, so I'm not sure if
Yeah,
I'm paying a lot of attention to whether people are coming from the QR code or any other types of searches, but I'm sure the analytics are there. But I think it's helpful. I think it's helpful for a certain demographic who's used to using QR codes, Other people are just Googling Spanish Moss Trail and not getting that technical on it. But yeah, I think it's helpful.
Just asking because trying to find out.
It's an easy thing to do. It's not hard. And our maps are so big, there was space for it. It's also on our back of our rack cards as well now, and it wasn't before, so that was a good addition.
I think to your point, that people go about things different ways, just to clear up for probably VMall, I know what froggering means, but some people might not. Do you? No, he doesn't. VMall does not know what that term is.
Do you not know the Frogger video game? Dean, do you know what that is?
I do not.
Frogger is where the little frog went across, like the old school, like
Seinfeld.
Atari.
Seinfeld.
Yeah.
You try to make it essentially across a pond, a road, without being hit by the oncoming traffic, whatever that may be.
Look up Atari Frogger.
Yeah, for people that might be listening in
funny.
and
Right.
so I just wanted to make it clear.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Put a message on the sign, do not play Frogger.
Yeah, do not play Frogger across Boundary.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
We
thank
appreciate
you.
it. We'll get them up.
Thank you
and,
for the analytics.
if-
That's great.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Here, I got because I get another set from Peach. This is actually her whole packet that she gave us. If you want to take a look at it, because it's marketing wise. I'll get another one from Peach. Yeah. Yeah, I'll get another one from Peach, but it'll help you out with the marketing and all that as well.
Great. Thank you. I
Yep,
appreciate that.
good seeing you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day. I'm next to last, I guess. Thanks for the opportunity to address you guys today. And it's been a long time since I've been before the city. We usually have tried to make it on our own and a little help from the county, but the cost of the film festival just keeps going up and up and up, and it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So thought we would come address you guys today. So I don't know if there's any questions. This year we have a lot of things in the works. We're planning another big festival. Last year set the bar pretty high with Gary Sinise here. And a lot of things were happening along with that at the same time with the Gary Sinise concert, Lieutenant Dan Band, 30th anniversary of Forrest Gump. This year, again, we always try to tie in something that's also the 30th anniversary of something to talk about, which is not nearly as big as Forrest Gump, but we're planning a little bit around that as well. We've had some folks invited that were part of that movie, so we'll see what happens there. But the biggest thing is we are in full swing, and October is always a hot month for us because from October to February, it's pretty much a blur. And but this is the start of that big wave. So, but any questions I can address, I will give you the best answer I can come up with. Okay. No questions? Was that? The what? Well, you know, we have our feelers out. You know, that movie had Dennis Quaid, and it had Kira Sedgwick, also had Julia Roberts, and Robert Duvall. So I can't really pinpoint. We pretty much asked all four of them, and we're just waiting for their agents here. They're all pretty busy still. You know, Kira is married to Kevin Bacon. And so a lot of that depends on him. And Dennis Quaid is pretty active right now. He's got 2 movies in the works. Actually, he's promoting 2 movies already out. So they're busy people.
We're requesting $15,000. Sorry, this is kind of help see what you're requesting it for.
Well, specifically, we had, in fact, I think I got an email asking that specific question, and we're looking at help with the venue, mostly the venue rental and all the things associated with that. The venue rental, which is USCB, the main one, and all the things that go with it. We bring in our own audio people, and we bring in our own video folks as well. And last year we had the opening ceremony there with the big tent, which was fairly expensive. And that is another vendor that we use, Amazing Event Rentals, and we also use JLK Lighting. We try to make it as festive as we possibly can, since that's the first impression of everyone. So that's specifically what we're looking at. And again, that would only be partial covering it.
Going through the budget, I have, just looking at it, your total projected income's at 230. It doesn't include the ATAX grant from the city of Beaufort. But it has Beaufort County sponsors, barter trade sponsors, actual film submission fees, fundraising and ticket sales. Your expenses all add out to 230. And then the request from ATAX for 15,000 from here. So is that just going to be seed money for following year, or is that, how are you treating that 15,000?
You're talking about the venue rental?
No, not like all your expenses add up to 230,000 and your projected income adds up to 230,000, but on the income side, you don't have the 15,000 coming from, if you were to get the 15,000 from the city, it's not added on your income side. I don't know if you guys are seeing that as well.
Yeah.
I see it. It just, it would, Ron, essentially, it would have you on your budget, which is very detailed, appreciated. It just has you at a break-even point, but it does not include the 15,000 that you're requesting were you to receive it. Therefore, you'd be over $15,000 if all things went as per your budget and you received this money.
Well, you know, the money that we're requesting here would, like I said, would only be a partial covering of that expense. We pretty much have fundraising events. We lost a fundraising event this year that we usually do. We usually have, and we make about $3,000 off of that. So we lost that, which is one of the reasons why we came to the city this year to try to help make up for that loss of the 3,000 there. A couple of other fundraisers we're not doing again this year. Some of our sponsors have chosen not to sponsor for various reasons this year. So that's the main reason why we came to the city, to try to make up for those loss of sponsors that we had in the past. So it's not all, you know, all inclusive is what we lost. You know, this is a partial, like I said, of the venue rental and some of the rental of the things that are associated with that rental.
Okay.
Is there anything specific that you tied directly to the ask, 15,000?
No, he's saying it's for the venue rental and for the tent rentals.
See, when we're looking at this, Ron, and I get it, in terms of you've got like a 7.5% variance on this, that it would be over if you got everything in terms of top line income and then you deducted expenses zeroed out, you got 15 grand more, it would be a, 7% or so surplus. And certainly we all know that, 5 to 7% could take you either way. But at the top line of the budget, you do have 60,000 from the county for ATAX. You don't have us plugged in there, and that's just with another 15 as part of your income.
Right.
And then it falls to the bottom and everything's zeroed out and it's just 15,000. But I think I'm certainly clear on what your intention, what you intend to use. And also just to state what I think, I would imagine is the general sentiment here for the sports. We understand and appreciate the impact and what you've done for the town. Heads in beds is definitely what you're doing. So we're keenly aware of that.
Any other questions?
I just had, looking through this, how are you, just
Okay.
nothing related to this. When I was looking at the map of where all your attendees are coming from, you had that in here? Where'd it go? Yeah, there it is. Seems like you're missing a lot of Alabama, Mississippi, Texas, and the Plains attendees, just attendees.
I didn't understand the question. Is that a question?
No, it's not a question. I'm just looking.
I'm having a hard time.
No, I'm just looking at the map.
Oh, yeah. Well, that, we actually, we're pretty adamant of collecting the data for that. Because what we do is we actually count every single person that comes to the film festival. We take their zip code when they come in, and there's no repeat zip codes. Once we queue it in, you can't give the same zip code. The bad thing is if you have a whole bunch of people from the same zip code, it's only going to count one time, but that's all it needs to count one time from that particular state. And it just looks impressive when you have that, and we don't really know until the festival is over, because it seems like we know everybody that's at the festival, mainly because they come every year. Some of those people from Connecticut and Wisconsin and Arizona and all those different places, they come every year. So we're pretty much counting on them to count as well. And the big thing is, as Matt said, we really count on the tourism aspect of the Beaufort International Film Festival, getting people here, and the heads in beds is the most important thing, because we work hard to get the hotels involved and the restaurants. I mean, people already know that are coming, that have been here before, already know the names of the restaurants that that are going to frequent when they get here. The biggest question they have is Hemingway still open? So,
What, sorry, one last question. With inflation and costs going up, what have you seen as the biggest challenge? I know you mentioned that one of your costs has gone up. Was that the rental cost? What would you say your biggest challenge has been with the festival and the
well, the
rising
biggest
costs?
challenge for us, for the most part, is we actually go out to the hotels, for example, and we do a kind of a trade out with the hotels to accommodate a select number of filmmakers. And what happens is we're only going to put, like, for example, we have one hotel that's donated 2 rooms. We'll put the highest level person in that, whether it be the director or an executive producer or whatever. A lot of times, in fact, most of the time, there's more than one person associated with that particular film. They all want to stay wherever the director is staying. So that's a way for us to ask the hotels to get us that 1 or 2 rooms. And then you've got 4 or 5 people who are wanting to pay for the room just so they can stay in that same hotel. We've tried over the years, and almost every year, to go to each hotel after the festival and try to get a recap of who was here for what. Now, this goes all the way back to years ago when we were doing things for the graduations at Paris Island. Every hotel is different and have their own system for keeping track of where people come from and why they're here. And some of the hotels, they just knew they were here for an event. And it would help to know if they're here for a Paris Island graduation, they're here for a wedding, here for whatever. But we haven't really got it to the point where we can pinpoint what every single person's here for. And throughout the year, we have requests from filmmakers that are wanting to make movies here, whether it be a short film or a commercial or whatever. And we try to put those people that are coming into the hotel that we know has rooms for them. So it's a kind of a year-long thing that we build these relationships with the hotels. Our biggest challenge each festival, as far as costs going up, is the catering keeps going up. The alcohol keeps going up, and because you can't have an opening ceremony or a closing ceremony without having beer and wine, which is all we have. We don't have any hard liquor or anything like that. So that keeps going up, and we've seen that price of the catering part kind of go way up over the last 3 years. So those are big challenges that we have to cover as well. And of course, insurance, if you have that as well.
And so I just have one quick follow-up on this one. Your advertising campaign that you guys are currently doing, are you doing it with the CVB or are you guys doing that in-house?
I didn't understand the question.
Your advertising campaign, so you have $7,200 marketed or budgeted for advertising in here?
Well, advertising, we try to do as much for free as we can. We get, last year, we had placement in magazines that were put there by our public relations partner, Broder Partners. They have one individual that's based here, but they're based primarily out of the Boston area. They did a really good job of promoting the festival, contacting TV stations and some radio, but a lot of that was contacting magazines, trying to get placement in those magazines, especially with Gary Sinise being here, Variety and IndieWire and things of that sort. So, and we use as much social media advertising as we can. We do some Facebook advertising and we do Twitter and Instagram as much as we can get. So we don't really take out any magazine ads. If we were South by Southwest or Telluride or one of those, it would probably be beneficial to us, but it's not. So when Movie Maker Magazine made Beaufort, South Carolina and Beaufort International Film Festival a top 10 destination for a film festival and a vacation spot, and we didn't have to pay anything for it. So. Was that? No.
Chet was asking about your marketing when it comes with the CVB. Are you collaborating with them on those marketing
Yeah.
efforts?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. In fact, I'm on that board, as you know, or maybe you don't know, but I'm on the CVB board. So we work very, very closely, not only with them, but with all the other nonprofits. We promote them, we cross promote as much as we can. But we work with Rob and his group to get as much travel information as we can. We try to get travel writers there. They help sponsor some of it. They've done 2 tourism studies with the Low Country tourism folks, which have been real beneficial. And I think maybe that's part of our website package that people want to know where people are coming from. We have it broken down what the demographics are, how much they spend when they come, where they're staying when they come. So that's been very helpful, and that was all CVB's doing of getting those 2 studies done. Okay, thanks. Sorry, I had a hard time hearing. I got brand new hearing aids, and my wife is normally my person I turn to if I can't understand somebody, so, and she's not here. All right, well, thank you very much.
Joseph, you ready? Are you Joseph? Did you say you are? Oh, Patrick, sorry, I apologize. I was just reading the name on the application. Patrick, we're ready for you. Sorry, I called you the wrong name.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm Patrick Canning, with Beaufort Water Search and Rescue. So, as a part of our primary mission and objectives, we conduct on-water search, rescue, and recovery operations within the Beaufort County area. Our coverage area includes Port Royal, St. Helena, Collebogue Sounds, adjacent major and minor waterways, wetlands, and marshlands. Also included are the immediate offshore waters and inland rivers. Our efforts are conducted under the direction of the Beaufort County Emergency Management Office in conjunction with federal, state, local emergency response, and law enforcement within our area of operations. Partnering with U.S. Coast Guard, Tybee, and Sector Charleston, South Carolina Department of Natural Resources, Marine Patrol, Beaufort City Police, Beaufort County Sheriff Marine Division, Beaufort Port Royal Fire Department, Burton Fire Rescue, Beaufort County Office of Emergency Management, Marine Corps Air Station Search and Rescue, Paris Island Fire Rescue, and the Town of Port Royal Police Department. To act under the direction of the Beaufort County Emergency Management Office in the aftermath of a disaster, hurricane landfall, in-water plane crash, or cruise ship sinking. To provide a community service-oriented, all-volunteer force with experience, equipment, expertise, and an intimate knowledge of the local waterways dedicated to the protection of lives and properties of the citizens and visitors of Beaufort County, South Carolina. During the previous 12 months, our volunteers had responded to 59 rescue missions in our local waterways, totaling 496 man-hours. Additionally, we served the community by providing special event support in the form of river patrols during 4th of July fireworks at the Sands Beach, Beaufort Water Festival, river closure for the Water Festival Air Show, Low Country Boil, Kayak Race, Hilton Head, Beaufort Boat Parade, Hilton Head Boat Parade, Dataw Boat Parade, New Year's Eve fireworks downtown Beaufort, Beaufort River Swim, Dragon Boat Races, Paddle Battle Biathlon, Hunting Island Paddle Fest, and the Bluffton 4th of July fireworks. Beaufort Water Search and Rescue is an all-volunteer water search and rescue organization whose primary mission is to support and assist local, state, and federal emergency response agencies in time of need. It has taken years of commitment and hard work by many squad members to build an unprecedented relationship of trust and professional respect with these agencies. Much of Beaufort Water Search and Rescue support and funding depends on the continued recognition of local and state agencies of this high level of commitment, competence, and dedication. According to South Carolina Code of Laws, Title VI, Chapter 4, Allocation of Accommodations Tax Revenues, section 6410 subsection 4B. Tourism-related expenditures include construction, maintenance, operation of facilities for civic and cultural activities. We feel that under these guidelines, the statute will support the community from a tourism and safety standpoint, and kindly ask for your consideration in funding our efforts. So what we have presently is we have a fleet of 8 boats. We have an airboat and we have other power boats. What our plans are for this year is we're planning on replacing one of our older boats with a new one, or newer one anyway. So that's the $45,000 that's on the budget there. So we expect about a $20,000 expenditure for a motor and about $25,000 for the boat itself. That's one of 2 additional boats. There's going to be one replacement and then one additional, bring our fleet up to about 10 boats. That's our hope for this year. If I may, I only have one copy of this, but this is a we have applied to the county ATAX as well. I have not heard anything from them.
Well, thank you for what you do, and I have to say, I thought you were a little low on the tourist numbers that you all are actually a part of. 3,750 seems like a fraction of, in reality, what you're helping out
Yeah, it's
with.
hard because it's hard to represent it because it's, it's the downtown stuff and everything I mentioned. It's the boating community, but we serve such a vast area of need. It's really hard to, and I talked with the folks over at the CBD and those folks, and they had similar thoughts about that.
Well, I think you probably recognize you're a unique entity with versus everyone else that stands before us. So you've got some little conundrum, not necessarily saying from a personal perspective, that there's merit here in my mind. But this is different for us to digest.
Understood, absolutely. We're a support mechanism for safety relative to pretty much everything that goes on, yeah.
This may be a dumb question, but what is the difference between DNR and your organization?
DNR has 3 boats that service the county. We have 8. We get called on all 911 emergency responses. DNR responds some of the time, but not all the time. They generally don't put a boat in the water, but we do.
Oh.
We rescue, again, our primary mission is to rescue folks with a sinking boat, stranded boat, we get people stuck in pluff mud, and we will help them with their boat if it's practical. But our goal is to save save them from a safety threat.
Yeah, they've towed me in once.
And DNR is Department of Natural Resources, which is a state-funded operation. If I'm not mistaken, you all are
We are not.
are folks that are in part volunteering for.
We have 30 members in our Beaufort location. We have recently taken over a new location in Bluffton where we have 2 boats stationed and a force of 10 folks down that way to help us on the Hilton Head and the Bluffton end as well.
Okay.
But yeah, we're all volunteer. We don't receive a stipend. We don't receive compensation for gas expense, and that's not what I'm asking for here. We're just looking for help with the equipment.
Sure. Yeah, this is definitely a hidden component of sort of something that supports a great deal of what goes on here that brings heads in bed. So
We're kind of hidden in the background here, but we're always there,
right.
Any other questions? Thank you so much, Patrick.
Yep. All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you for your time.
Before we, You want to fill these out afterwards? During discussion? During discussion? Yeah.
Where are we doing discussion in here?
Yeah. Okay.
So we're back live with the ATAX committee here, and I'm going to make a motion. So here goes. I make a motion in fairness and transparency to postpone recommendations pending questions regarding procedural matters and eligibility, and that the committee submit questions and/or items of clarification to the city of Beaufort.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The meeting's adjourned.